Heyo! And where's my light at? There it is. Hold on. Ah! Ta-da! I had to be on time because Let's Go Brandon said I would be late and maybe in reverse order if I wasn't on time. So here I am, on time, I claim, and nobody can tell me otherwise. Well, hello everybody, and good morning for you in the United States. Good day to Western Europe, and in the middle of the afternoon here in Sweden. Cheers with a mug you can get in my merch store. Oh, that was good. That was good. What are we doing today? We are checking in Georgia versus Austin Ford, the retrial. And I'm not doing it alone, I think. Someone is staring into the camera. Oh, where did I put everything? Everybody, she hasn't been here for a while. I missed her.
Yeah, I was with my mom and she was telling me to get a real job, but my weird family comes first. You guys, I am here for you, and I'm here to remind you to put it on live chat, not top chat, because we want to get every single degenerate chat. My mom was like, "Are you going to get a real job though? Like, what exactly do you do?" And I was like, "Well, everything generally dissolves into peen jokes." And she's like, "So a real job when?" And I was like, "I'm not leaving my degenerate friends. This is like Saving Private Ryan. We don't leave anyone behind." She didn't think that was funny. It was a fun weekend.
Oh, good to hear that.
I think I'm adopted, to be honest.
Yeah, you are adopted to the LawTube family.
Oh, did I tell her my channel name? Yeah, she was like, "Where did you get Mo? I gave you a perfectly good name." And then I told her that my name spelled backward is Assiram, and she thought that was spectacularly unfunny too. And she was like, you are just so not funny." She didn't spray me with holy water this time though, so that's
improvement.
It's small baby steps. One day I'll be let back in church, you know.
Oh, yeah. I haven't been to church in a...
Hey, even Jesus wasn't famous in his hometown. If you look at the Bible, they're like,
Yeah.
That Mary's son, that Jesus, is he coming back here saying he's the savior? We know his.
Next time, I can't remember when I was in church last time, but I will be in September, I think, for a baptism.
Just
And
wear rubber-soled shoes, Nick. That's what I do.
Yeah.
I wear my
Yeah.
Crocs. Just in case.
Yeah. I remember, what's his name? About 20 years ago, they were really famous. The Blue Collar Comedy.
The Blue Man Group.
No, not Blue Man Group. Blue Collar Comedy Tour.
Oh, Jeff Foxworthy, Ron White, and some other guy.
Larry
I
the
should know his
Cable
name.
Guy, and that fourth one that's not as famous.
But I liked him better, and I wish I remembered his name because I actually liked him the best because he was the one that had "Here's your sign." Because it was all the obvious things that were stupid, and
yeah, they were. I remember they were on it.
thank you, chat, Cindy, Ray, Bill, Ball, and
yes, thank you. I should know that he is of Swedish heritage. As yeah, and but they were claiming to who is the most redneck, and he told one of the Jeff jokes, you know, you're a redneck or something of that sort. When you're in church, no, it's something about family, and they were in church, and they heard from the back rows, and he turned around and looked, and it was his uncle saying, "What?"
I did tell my mom about the man with the canoe, the leather print or the leopard print skirt, and I thought it was the possum and or beaver. I couldn't remember the exact story, but I did say, you know, Sweden also has rednecks, and she's like,
Yep.
Marissa, stop making up wild stories. And I was like,
really?
no, Mom, I have it on. And she's like, sometimes you just talk to talk. And I was like, okay, Mother. It's like, I'll be quiet.
Yeah. Yeah, it was a man in a leopard skirt carrying a canoe at a recycling station, wildly masturbating as people
that was
went by.
well, I think I had changed the story because I didn't want to say wildly masturbating in front of my mother.
Okay.
So I added a woodland creature.
Yeah. I told that on a stream like a month and a half ago, maybe.
Yes.
Yeah, and for you who are completely new, that's not the actual fun about that. The fun thing is that this story is from a local newspaper about 45 minutes from where I grew up. So chances are I know the guy or I'm related to him. That's remote Sweden. I mean, you have the size of, I don't know, New Jersey, and we have less than 10,000 people. Ta-da!
You know, everyone has to have, at least you weren't the black sheep this month. I've always, you know, it's nice to rotate that position once in a while.
Once in a while, yes. Once in a while. I forgot my nicotine pouches, so
Okay.
grift yourself.
I will grift. Hey guys, I've been gone for a weekend, which is like internet 15 years. But I am Mo from Mo in the Deep End. And if you are new, I am a mom of 6 who kind of fell backwards into the internet. I do court, crime, current events, chaos. I am, if you play Dungeons and Dragons, which I don't, but I like to borrow their lingo, I am chaotic neutral to chaotic good, lawful sometimes. So we like to do shenanigans and all other things over on my channel. I am vaguely learning technology. So we are probably wrapping up the Wild Bill Zielinski case. I will be doing a video of his sentencing, and then we will be jumping into the Karen Reed case, I believe, that is starting up. I will be doing murder boards of probably this case. I won't be helping Nick as much this week because I am jumping on with Baker with another case. I said yes yesterday. Look, This weekend was awesome for testing the strengths of my leg, but 6 hours in a car and
Oh,
doing, a bunch of steps, which I was excited that I was able to do, but my leg was kinda like, "Sit the hell down, we haven't done a whole lot." So, murder boards. The, big whiteboard. I'm not gonna move my, hilariously, designed, not at all phallically looking children's toys, uh, right now. Because as you know, when you come back from a vacation, your entire room is doing laundry of the vacation variety.
hmm. Yeah. Oh, okay. Hi. Hi.
It is
Say
definitely a
hello.
Monday. Oh, he's being so nice right now until he uses one of his
Decide.
murder mittens to attack you.
Yeah. So it's about 90 seconds of, hey, this is nice, this is nice, and then, ha, no, okay, less than 90 seconds.
Where is that Trump clip where it's like, "Silly woman, you knew I" you just "You knew
Oh,
I was a snake when you picked me up."
oh,
Yes, I do have a case of the Mondays. Also, I forgot to file my TPS reports,
oh.
which,
Cat name is Jingles. Well, that's the English word for it. His Swedish name is Pinglan, but it's the he doesn't listen to either, so no change for him. Okay. We are currently waiting for the stream to go up on Law and Crime and Core TV. I've been checking the docket, and this is the only case this particular judge has today, at least on the docket. So it should. And I also checked the documents, and both Core TV and Law and Crime has, and some two other channels has been approved of sending or streaming it. So we will have what's it called?
So can you give a kind of elevator pitch of what the case is and why it was a mistrial? Since I'll let see.
Okay. I almost said Harrison Ford, but that's not his name.
I understand.
Austin Ford and Tori Lang, the victim, best friends since years. And in 2021, all of a sudden, they found her deceased in a remote area with a gunshot wound to her head. And well, one thing led to another, and in 2022, Austin Ford was arrested for the alleged murder. So he was charged with murder one, or the alternative. Jesus Christ, you fucking cat!
You
Oh,
know, it
someone
is officially a stream.
It's officially a stream. Yeah. Or
We're back, folks.
we're back, and Dad's not Daddy David's not here. Murder one, or alternatively voluntary manslaughter. Also, it was 8 counts of various degree, and stealing a weapon or holding a weapon and stealing a car, or illegal possession of a car, something of the sort. And it was a 3-day trial in April. The defense didn't put up a case. They only challenged the prosecution's case in cross-examination and such. And he was convicted of the 3 really lesser ones. Counts 5 to 8, no, 6 to 8, which was apparently he the gun that was used, he took it. The car, he took it. And
Okay.
something... I had the... Darn it, I had the docket up here a minute ago. And then I chose to take away that tab. That was smart. But they were deadlocked right down the middle, 66 on the count 1 to 5, which was murder 1 or voluntary manslaughter and disposing of body, hiding a corpse and stuff like that. So, but as I see on the court docket, they are retrying all the charges, which was weird.
Isn't that double jeopardy if he got, or if it's a
No.
mistrial, do all of them clear out?
It was a mistrial on the first 5 counts, but he was convicted of the 3 really, really minor. But I do think it has something to do with the sentencing, that in order to elevate the years he can have, they have to combine them of some sort. So apparently they are retrying all of them. So they can choose to appeal. Apparently, well, if he was acquitted, then they would have then double jeopardy had applied. But this was a mistrial. Right down the middle, because I didn't watch it. I only read the summaries, and the only physical evidence besides his circumstantials was the prosecution's gun expert, and you all know how much I love gun experts, testified to that the gun was...
I swear, every time I hear ballistics, I just see you in the back, like the recoller guy going, junk science. Like, that's all I see in my brain is you and the lederhosen with the little horn, and it's the only thing I see, which is probably says more about me than you, but you know.
You really have bottled this up all weekend, haven't you?
Listen, I had to be semi-normal for my family.
That's dangerous.
It really does.
Yeah. But apparently the claim was from this gun expert that the stiplings and stuff showed the gun was 10 to 12 inches away from, and that was a very weird, because he claims he tried to stop her first from self-ending, and well, apparently didn't succeed, because, well, she was dead with a gunshot wound in her temple. And but the jury couldn't decide if he was guilty or innocent. Apparently right now. Jingles, be careful. Don't tenderize. It's enough that you tenderize my legs, you don't have to tenderize the rest of me. That's a whole lot of meat to tenderize. I will be food for you for a month. Let's see here. I was looking for something. A channel called 11 Alive also has been approved of, but they don't have a stream up either. So I have Court TV, Law and Crime, and 11 Alive up, just waiting for it to start. But meanwhile, I thought that we would check out opening statements from the previous trial, and maybe even the first witness and such, just to compare the first trial to this trial to see, have the prosecutions changed anything, or are they simply betting on a new jury and everything is the same?
Yeah, I mean, it sounds fairly sketchy with what they have, but if they can get that one juror that just, takes if they can get those innuendos to meet with sketchy evidence.
Yeah, yeah, I agree. It will be really interesting because I can understand it if it was like 10-2 and 9-3, you want to retrial. But if it's 6-6,
It seems like
oh, that was just me starting the stream, not any of the others. Okay, but let's just check. We begin with the states and the defense opening statements, and they are fairly short, so we should get through them without interfering in the actual trial. Let's just see here. I'm just refreshing here. Court TV, no. Law and crime trials, no. Law and crime network, no, nothing up yet. Okay, so add to stream. There it is. That's Austin Ford. Yeah, Austin Ford was 20 and Tori was 18 when this happened in 2021. Nanya Business, why would he take the gun? That's a hard question to get past for me. His explanation was panicked because in his explanation in this trial or in the police interview was that he managed to get the gun from her, put it on the ground, hugged her, and when he did that, she took the gun and ended herself, and he panicked.
I could see that. I mean, it's the same thing that in the Theodore Edgecombe case, when they made a big deal about the wife taking the wallet. If I saw my husband of so and so many years get shot right in front of me, I might have taken the wallet, and they tried to say, "Oh, because you wanted his credit cards." And she's like, "No, I just wanted something to hold."
Yeah.
You know, you could see that. I mean, it might not be a good enough answer for you, but it makes sense to me. I
Yeah.
could see it. It would make sense enough to me if I were a juror. If he took the stand and he was able to sell it, it would make sense to me. Now, if he didn't take the stand, I could see where, you know, okay, maybe that could be something you could argue as the other side juror saying, "Well, that's just an excuse. I don't buy that."
And also, they drove there in her car, so he drove that car out of there and left it, and then ran home, and then didn't tell anybody until they actually interviewed him. And the car was found burned, incinerated. And he claims he only stashed the car there. He has no idea what happened afterwards. So we have a bit of a timeline that is a bit of a problem for me, because if you saw your best friend end herself, I kinda think I would have told someone instead of first, no, I wasn't there. Yes, you were. Oh, phone puts me there. Oh, I was there. She ended herself. Okay. That I still have questions.
Yeah, the burning the car thing, you kinda start to lose me.
Yeah.
I mean, I can understand being freaked out, but then I think I would talk to, as much as I would loathe to, my mother and say, "Hey, I'm in this crazy situation." Or you talk to your grandma and say, "Granny, this happened." And she'd say, "Baby, you gotta call the police." Or you know, you'd
tell someone, call the cops, this happened. Now, one defense to that is white cops, black guy, I'm not going to tell anyone because I will be arrested. That might be one. I don't know. I didn't listen to the first. I haven't seen. I more or less only read the summaries. Yeah, I mean, the jurors heard something that didn't sit well with them. But honestly, we've all seen weird trials the last 6 months. So whereas people have been convicted of less and freed for more. And in this case, for instance, the what's his face? Not Young Thug, the other one, Melly. The Melly trial. I thought that was a slam dunk, and it was a mistrial. So you never know. But let's listen to the opening statements, and we might get more information. This is the opening statements from the trial in April, and we listen to it so we can compare it to today's trial. Now, I really hope that one of these 3 channels will actually show it, because all 3 has been approved of streaming the trial. Let's just go to the Court TV homepage. Yeah, and the Baker is doing not on Court TV's watch live. No. Damn it. 11 Alive. Access denied. What? Why? Why? Huh? Let's see on the... No, I'm not allowed because I'm in the European Union, I assume. But I have nothing on Twitter about it. So we just have to wait for the stream to start. But here is the opening statements. That's a bit loud. Forward.
Trial and with opening statements. Do we have an opening statement on behalf of the state?
Here, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Again, my name is Norris Lewis. I am the Assistant District Attorney assigned to this division here. We are...
I just have to... Marita Finn, I heard there was a problematic juror who was unstable and caused some big problems that they couldn't get a verdict in the Melly trial. Yes, in the Melly trial. One really obstinate juror who then changed the mind of 2 others. That was the Melly trial. So yes, they will be doing a retrial of that one. Because with 11-1 and then 9-3, yeah, definitely a retrial.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Again, my name is Norris Lewis. I am the Assistant District Attorney assigned to this division here. We are considering the state of Georgia versus Austin Ford. I'm going to first tell you a story. On January 28th, 2021, Mr. Theodore Young was walking in his wife that morning in Yellow River Park, and he saw what he believed to be a motionless woman lying under a tree. He did not touch the young woman, but he did approach to see exactly what was going on. She did not appear to be breathing, and he called police. Officers with the Gwinnett County Police arrived, Casey Smith and Officer Rennie. Officer Casey Smith checked the young woman's pulse and noted that she was cold and she did not have a pulse. The scene was roped off. Officers conducted a search for any evidence that led them to know why this young woman had come to be in the park with a gunshot wound to the side of her head. Officers didn't find a gun. They didn't find the means by which she'd gotten there. All they found were 2 shell casings, one relatively close to the body and one further away. They were both Aguila shells, and we'll later find out that they were probably fired by the same gun, or at least the same make of gun. But all we have now is a nameless young woman with a gunshot wound to the head lying in Yellow River Park. Photos were taken of the scene. The scene was processed as crime scenes are. Photos were taken of the young woman's tattoos. And ultimately, that was how her family was able to identify her, was by photos of her tattoos. While this process was taking place, Dr. Carol Terry with the Gwinnett County Medical Examiner's Office performed an autopsy on July 29th of 2021. She determined that the wound path of the gunshot, the single gunshot to the head of this young woman, was left to right with no frontward, backward, or upward, downward desiccation or deviation. Meaning, in short, that it entered the side of her head and literally went straight across. Dr. Terry will tell you that that shot severed this young woman's brainstem, meaning that autonomic function ceased at that moment. Once the brainstem is severed, that is it. That injury was catastrophic, and that she simply would not have been able to move as soon as that bullet passed through her brainstem. Where you are when your brainstem is severed is just where you are. She was able to determine that the muzzle of the gun was some 10 to 12 inches away from the young woman's head. Dr. Terry will testify and tell you that in her years as a medical examiner, both for Fulton and Gwinnett counties, that she has seen a number of suicides, and a large number of them where a firearm is used are very close or press contact wounds. And she'll explain how she can tell the difference between when someone puts a gun to their head and when someone is shot with a gun away from their head. At the time, on July 29th of 2021, Dr. Terry determined that the cause of death was the gunshot wound to the head, but that the manner of death was undetermined. There is a good deal of information that Dr. Terry simply did not have at the time that she was making that ruling. What she did determine is that the young woman, who is Tori Lang, Tori's head was exactly where it was when she was shot, meaning that based on Dr. Terry's observations and through her knowledge, training, and experience, she can tell that Tori Lang lay exactly where she was shot, and that she did not move based on her observations. Tori is identified that same day on the 29th, her family having recognized her tattoos, which had been put out to the public by now Sergeant David Smith. She was last seen leaving the house on the 27th without her phone. Tori left the house without her phone, as teenagers are not often wont to do, because her mother was switching the family service and she needed the phone to port the number over to the new service. So Tori left without her phone on the 27th. And that was the last time that her parents saw her. While she was missing, her parents, Teresa and Tori, called her friends. They drove around to her typical haunts, the places where they knew her to be, where they expected her to be, where they hoped to find their daughter alive. Among the friends that they called was this defendant, Austin Ford. This defendant, probably would have described himself while Tori was alive, and Tori might have described him as her best friend, a person who she confided in. They talked all the time, daily and frequently. One thing that the defendant never said to Teresa or to Tori, and yes, Tori father is Torrey, Tori daughter is Tori, just so there's no confusion there. But one thing that the defendant never told Teresa and Tori was that their daughter lay dead in Yellow Park. He never told them anything about her whereabouts, acted as if he didn't know, acted as if he was looking for her himself. And Teresa will tell you about what contact she had with the defendant after their daughter, before their daughter was found and after their daughter was found dead. Tori was reported missing to the DeKalb Police Department on the 28th. Teresa also noticed that her Sig Sauer P365, which is a small semi-automatic subcompact handgun that she normally kept by her bedstand, was missing. She also reported that missing to the DeKalb Police Department. In the days following Tori's discovery, now Sergeant Smith, spoke with this defendant by telephone. Told Detective Smith that he was looking for Tori all day on the 27th, trying to get his wallet back. He told Sergeant Smith that Tori asked him to kill her, that she had a gun in the car, and he saw it when he saw the sights of the gun between the seats of her Nissan Versa, a blue Nissan Versa that belonged to her grandmother, Tanya Lang. He told Detective Smith that he refused, and his report was that Tori told him that she would just look for someone else. The defendant named other people he thought might hurt Tori for money, and said that he was home the rest of the night. That's what he told him. Detective Smith noticed that there was a ring camera located at apartment 1302 across the hall from where the defendant lived. He contacted Ms. Mary Perkins, who was the resident of that apartment at the time, and asked her for whatever video may have been taken between certain hours on her ring cam on July 27th of 2021. What we see is the defendant and Tori walking away from his apartment together around 10:40 p.m. They were having a conversation. And it sounds like the defendant says, "You're scaring me." Tori's response was, "What are you scared of?" Then they go off camera. That's the first lie that Austin Ford was caught in, that he was home the night of the 27th, the night Tori was killed, the night he killed her. 2 hours later, he's seen on the same ring cam returning back to his apartment. Leaving again. And returns at 1:41 a.m. And at some point in this, he changes clothes. The two shell casings at the scene were, at this point, determined to have come from the same gun and were consistent with markings made by a Sig Sauer P365. On August 1st of 2021, Tori's Nissan Versa is located. It is found in a nature preserve in DeKalb County, burned to the frame. There is little left in the car, little left of the car, except for the frame, and everything else is essentially ash. In September of 2021, Sergeant Smith was promoted to the rank of sergeant, and in accordance with Gwinnett County policy at the police department, he was transferred out to another unit. It's not uncommon, it's not unusual, it's just kind of how police work. The case was reassigned to Detective Angela Carter. In October of 2021, Detective Carter talks to this defendant by phone. He details he says, to Detective Carter, he talks about how Tori clashed with her mother. He added that she had showed up unexpectedly at his house, and that she came by his house twice. This was not something that he had previously told Sergeant Smith.
We have, did they do gun residue on her hands? I don't know. I didn't watch the trial. Dominant hand checkout? I don't know. I didn't watch the trial. I would assume they checked all this out. And if they don't, then that would have been an issue in cross-examination.
Told Detective Carter that he saw her the third time. She said she talked about wanting to not be here anymore, and that she spoke of suicide often. Ultimately, what he told Detective Carter at that point was that Tori drove away herself and that he went to go buy weed. So at this point, your best friend, who you know has a gun, who you say is talking about not wanting to be here and talking about suicide, your response is to let her drive away and go buy some weed. But the fact is, that's still a lie, because she didn't drive away by herself. We will see on the ring cam video, they left together. Detective Carter does a search warrant for cell phone records and Gmail records. That doesn't give what sometimes we think a cell phone record will give, which means my cell phone, if it were in my pocket, I think I left it over there, will not show me pacing around this courtroom. The location shown by a cell phone is not that accurate. But what Detective Carter was able to see is what tower that cell phone was hitting, and what's called an azimuth, which points to where it was, what direction from the tower it was. It also shows what his calls were in the 11 o'clock hour, what calls came and were not answered, and what calls were made. During the 11 o'clock hour, there was a period where the same number called the defendant 5 times. It wasn't answered and the phone wasn't getting off the tower. All that is before 11:47 p.m., which we will find out from Dr. Terry is around the time, based on her observations, her training, her knowledge, her experience as a medical examiner for a number of years, that Tori expired in the 11 o'clock hour on July 27th. We see then a series of phone calls to the number that had called 5 times unanswered. 3 phone calls are made to that number. In January of 2022, Detective Carter contacts the defendant again, and it's best described as that he's being cagey. He doesn't meet with her, kind of puts her off, and generally doesn't add anything. Detective Carter receives the Gmail records and the location history, because frankly, Google tells on you. His location history puts him at North DeShong Road and Aniston Road, which is near Yellow River Park, at 11:05 p.m. The time frame between when he was last seen and the time where he was is simply too short for him to have walked. As far as anyone knows, the defendant didn't have a car and frankly relied on Tori to take him from place to place from time to time. But where we know he was from the ring cam video and where we know his cell phone was at 11:05 p.m., he could not have walked that distance in that time. In March, on the 29th of 2022, Detective Carter interviews the defendant in person. He is confronted with the knowledge about his lies, of his whereabouts and time frame. And ultimately, he admits that he was in the park with Tori. He tells Detective Carter that while standing and holding the gun, she simply suddenly raised it to her head, shot herself, and fell. He says that he didn't touch anything, he didn't touch anyone, that he didn't touch her body, but admits that he took the gun and he left it in her car. Now, let's address really briefly what Dr. Terry's testimony is going to be. The testimony is going to be that the young woman who was lying on her back in the park with her braids splayed out behind her head, I can't demonstrate that because I have no hair, but with her braids splayed out behind her back, indicated to Dr. Terry that she had in fact laid down there on her own. There was no indication from the scene that she had been moved or that she moved herself. It appears from Dr. Terry's observations that she was in that position when she was shot, which is simply not what the defendant just told Detective Carter. Claimed that because he was scared, he took the gun, threw it in a pond somewhere in DeKalb County, and he took her car and gave it to someone, but doesn't know how it came to be in a nature preserve burned at the frame. Now, let's revisit Dr. Terry's ruling that the manner of death was undetermined and look at what Dr. Terry didn't know at the time she made that determination. She didn't know who Austin Ford was. She didn't know about Austin Ford's efforts to cover up and conceal Tori Lang's death, and to cover up and conceal his involvement in Tori Lang's death. What you'll learn is that it borders on impossible for a person to shoot themselves in the manner in which Tori was shot with their own hand. And I say borders on impossible because it's not completely impossible. But the chances of it happening are infinitesimal. The chances of Tori dying the way the defendant claims are zero. Dr. Terry didn't see the ring video with the defendant and Tori together. Taken all together, those things leave no reasonable doubt that this defendant had a hand in Tori's death. Now, I'll tell you that what's not clear and what comes primarily from the defendant's mouth is that this was done at Tori's request, that this was essentially a suicide. Because we don't know everything, because we can't know everything, there is no way to know whether or not she changed her mind at the last second. Whether or not, if in fact she was complicit in her own death, whether or not she changed her mind. All we actually know is that she laid down in that spot in Yellow River Park on her own. And the truth is, even if this was done at Tori's request, this defendant is authorized by no law in the state of Georgia to hold a 6-hour P365 10 to 12 inches from her head and pull the trigger, severing her brainstem and ending her life. Even if Tori was complicit, even if this was done at her request, the state will prove beyond a reasonable doubt that this is a murder. Now, I want to talk a little bit about the word murder. It is the title of the statute under which this defendant is charged. Count 1 is felony murder. When you, in the commission of a felony, cause the death of another human being, you commit the offense of murder. The term murder, used colloquially in the way we use it amongst ourselves, tends to have a more nefarious and malicious tone to it. Whereas someone seeking to cause harm to someone because of anger or rage, seeking profit. But that's not part of the law in the state of Georgia. The way the state of Georgia in this statute uses that term, a murder is simply the unlawful killing of another human being during the commission of a felony. If you put your hand on a 6-hour P365 and hold it 10 to 12 inches from your best friend's head, even if you pull the trigger yourself or you help her pull the trigger, you are committing the offense of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon because you are pointing a firearm, which is a deadly weapon, at another human being. And if you cause the death of that person, in doing that, you commit the offense of murder. So, because words are important. Words are the basis of communication. Communication is more than me simply spewing words out to you and you receiving them. It's important that we understand the same definition for each word that we use. When the state, in this case, is using the term murder, what it means is the unlawful killing of Tori Lang. I can't tell you, and there is no evidence, that there is any malice in the heart of the defendant at the time he pulls that trigger. But I can tell you that based on his actions, based on his cover-up, based on his lies, he was definitely involved in pulling that trigger. He was definitely part of the plan, or a plan, to end Tori's life. Tori did not do this alone. There will be testimony that there was blood transfer on Tori's thigh and what that blood transfer means. Dr. Terry will tell you that after Tori was shot, Tori wasn't going anywhere. That could only have been done by another person. It seems absurd to say so, but Tori didn't move that firearm from the scene of her death. It seems absurd to say so, but Tori didn't take her car away from the scene of her death and cause it to be burned in a nature preserve in DeKalb County. Tori wasn't alone. Information about this and the order in which things come at you from the stand might be a little out of order. Simply the way things happen simultaneously with the schedule, information may not come at you in chronological order. But I do ask that you keep your minds open, you listen carefully to what each witness has to say, and you wait until the evidence is concluded to put it all together. And what you'll find is that when I return to ask you to find this defendant guilty of every count in this indictment, that the evidence will show exactly that beyond a reasonable doubt.
Thank you. That opening on behalf of the state. Will we have an opening on behalf of the defense?
Okay, that was, pretty standard opening statement.
Yeah. But there's a lot of, we can't prove, and we kind of sort of know. That's a lot of kind of sortas for going to trial. It's kind of like the Michael Turney thing. Like, we kind of sort of maybe could know.
Guy was very strange and didn't show up immediately to admit.
He did a lot of sus things. Let's be honest. He did all of the sus things. But if she was serious about self-deletion, she could have arranged for the car to be taken care of.
Yeah.
She could have arranged for, unbeknownst to him, like, say, again, let's say she is super type A and she's like, hey, if you don't do it, I have backup. Wasn't there a case back in a couple years ago where a woman hired 2 hitmen for herself, as you do?
Mm.
Or weren't you telling the story about how a woman was going to have a clean ending, and she had set everything up to look very nice, and apparently,
self-ending is
bodily
never
things
nice.
happen, and
this probably has happened more than once, but I don't remember if it was a US case or a European case, but there were rosebuds or rose petals all over the bed, fresh linen, nice dress, everything just so she would look like, Snow White. Then pills, alcohol. Then they kicked in, her body reacted, and there was fluids everywhere. She tried to get out, but ensnared herself in everything, and everything was a crap show.
literally.
And just...
And where is David when we need to, talk about this purple suit here, and or, Prince?
Let's see if Dave is available. I actually haven't. Let's see here.
Well, I will go with Sal's point that most women, if they are going to self-delete, do choose the pills or that kind of self-deletion method.
I have 8 hours more of streaming, and I really want to survive the day.
Yeah, look, I have an open house for my oldest boy who's going into 5th grade. I unfortunately cannot be alcoholic. They will, CPS is a real thing. Apparently, I've been mouthy at one too many school board meetings, so I have to mind my P's and Q's. Who'd have thunk? Me? I know.
Yeah.
You're shocked.
That's the I don't have any kids. My girlfriend has grown kids, so I don't have to worry about that. And if any of her kids ever chose to have kids, well, free grandpa, without having to go through all the
I
other
have
stuff.
heard that that is a fun stage. I am looking forward to that stage when it happens.
Everybody wants to see me eat chilies. Jesus Christ. Can you wait until Friday at least? Or at least the final 2 hours of today's stream?
Yeah, I mean, we
Give away some, I don't know, memberships meanwhile. Oh,
yeah, I
yeah.
mean, look, Fridays we can go wild. Friday will be the official end of the first week of school. We can go hog wild. It'll be awesome. I mean,
Yeah, but 5 o'clock in Sweden is 11 o'clock in Georgia. And that would mean if they go through 5 p.m., that's 6 hours. And I really want
yeah,
the audience here and not see me do a Gosney on the keyboard. And
that is true. Yeah, and you know, he's still recovering from the shat-faced for charity. I mean, his liver is still regrowing, people. I don't know how long it takes the liver to regrow. I don't know. I'm not a liverologist. I'm only pre-law.
yeah, I'm playing
Yeah,
a grown up.
it's Monday
Yeah.
and we have to pretend to be at least adult until like Wednesday.
Yeah. Actually, a few days after, I think the Wednesday after my chat-faced for charity stream, I went to a checkup and everything was normal. Every vital signs and everything. That was kind of surprising.
Your doctor's like, so how are you doing? How many drinks a day? And you're like, none, as per usual. And you're like, are you exercising and flossing? You're like, sure, doctor, all the time.
No, in February or March, I had this yearly checkup with the company, and yeah, everything was fine then too. My cholesterol was bang dash in the middle of normal, and blood pressure was okay, and every vital sign. Yeah, so I don't know. I'm fat and healthy, and ta-da! Viking, Viking DNA. I'm not pre-liver. Jesus Christ. Yeah, but I still want to survive that too, because peppers have another interesting, not just that it burns my mouth and my eyes and stuff like that. After a few hours, it won't, yeah. Jingles, stop attacking me.
Yeah, that's there are other side effects.
Yeah, there are other side effects of eating a lot of chili peppers, and yeah. I am
You should
flushing
have
my
grown
weight.
squash too. I don't
This case is going to be live later on today, it said on Law and Crime.
chat. You get custody. I'm
Later today? Okay,
It's
but
a
then
Monday.
we'll just continue with opening statements, because this video is like 2.5 hours. So we have plenty, just so we can compare the first couple of hours of this of the previous trial with the retrial, to see if anything changes, or if they are betting solely on their ability to choose a new jury. Yeah, but what goes in has to come out, and a lot of peppers can be in a rush. Let's just leave it at that. No worries. I trust you that it will be live later today, but I don't know what later today means, because I checked the court docket and the judge didn't have anything else on Monday, but it might be that they have, I don't know, speeding ticket court or something on the... Yeah, but eating chilies with meal is one thing. I mean, yeah, I can throw down a few jalapenos with my meals, but those other things are... I haven't really prepared for it. I have had lunch earlier today. Now I have coffee. But no, I haven't heard of this case, and now I'm very curious. Okay, let's continue with the defense opening statement.
Yes, James.
All right, please proceed.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Let me just say this, because I have to sort of focus when things become weird. Everything about the case is weird. The evidence is weird. The indictment is weird. The prosecutor telling you that he intends to impeach Dr. Terry, who wrote manner of death undetermined. The medical examiners already submitted a report within 24 hours of the death saying, I can't tell if it's a suicide or a homicide. So the prosecutor getting up here saying, well, she can't tell, but she really can tell. That's weird to me. My client's response and reaction to the suicide there in Yellow River Park is totally weird. The whole case is just weird. Everything about the case is weird to me. So I'm going to have to really use a lot of energy to focus, because I really don't do weird. Being a lawyer and following facts, weird and I really don't go together. So we have to go to the indictment. My client has pled not guilty to each and every count in the indictment. Count 1 is felony murder. My client is charged with felony murder for an aggravated assault, saying he shot. He shot. That's what it says in count 1. We move to count 2, which is the aggravated assault, which is the felony underlying the felony murder, and it reads, by pointing said firearm. It doesn't matter how long you point a firearm, you can't cause any felony murder by pointing. But then the prosecutor just explained it to me. Count 1 is felony murder shooting, but if you don't like that he shot, when Tori laid down, my client may have helped Tori point the gun at herself when she pulled the trigger. What? So count 2, words matter. Words matter. So count 2 reads that he committed an aggravated assault by pointing a firearm. So she shot herself, but he helped steer the gun after she laid down. I don't think Dr. Terry's going to say that, but let's assume for a moment Dr. Terry said that she laid down and shot herself. Then count 3 is not guilty, because it reads causes the death as a result of a sudden, violent, or irresistible passion resulting from serious provocation. Tori laid down and he helped point the gun at her. So there's no voluntary manslaughter. That's when you come home and your wife is in bed or your husband's in bed with somebody else and you said, I'll fix you, and you pull a gun and start firing. He just told you she laid down and my client either shot her or helped steer the gun to shoot her. So she can't provoke. So what's the provocation there? There will be absolutely no evidence that these two very good friends at any point in time ever had any argument that would amount to any of the language in count 3. The whole thing is weird. There's no text messages, there's no voicemail, there's no anything that would indicate that my client was angry at her or she was angry at him. They were friends. When you see her walk up on the ring camera to his door before she shoots herself, when they walk out, when he walks back, there's no indication that they at any time were mad or had a fight. There's nobody that heard any yelling before the gunshot. You're not going to hear anything about that. That's just pie in the sky foolishness. to try to explain the weirdness. You're never going to be able to explain weird. That's why I picked the law rather than a different field, because I can't stand weird. So we get to counts 4 and 5. Counts 4 and 5 are possession of a firearm. The prosecutor's already told you there's no evidence that there's 2 firearms, and the prosecutor believes that the 2 shell casings that were found belong to the same gun, and they think it belongs to Tori's mother's gun. So when you see that my client is charged in count 6 with taking a gun, he means taking a gun from the scene. My client was never at Tori's house stealing any gun. Tori came to the park with her mother's gun. So count 6, unlawfully taking a gun, is taking the gun that Tori used to shoot herself away from the scene. That's what that is. That's what they believe the gun is. Tori's mother's gun. I don't know that they know that, but we all know that there's no gun there. 2 rounds, we think they're the same. We think it's Tori's mother's gun that only Tori had access to, because my client not charged with burglary, because he didn't break in anybody's house, and he didn't sneak in anybody's bedroom and take any gun when he was at Tori's house. That never happened. So the theft is removing the gun from the scene. Count 7 is unlawfully left with the car. 6 and 7 are basically just enhancement of count 8, tampering with evidence. And the only reason they know that my client, you can just say guilty of count 8 now. You can write down guilty of count 8. The only reason they know that is because my client told them that. That's the only thing they know in the case. They know she's dead. They know she has a gunshot wound to the head, and they know that he was there because he told the police, "I was there. She shot herself, and I took the gun and the car and left." He doesn't even say he burnt up the car. The car is burnt up some 1.5 miles or 2 miles away as the crow flies. They don't even know when the car was burnt up. The whole thing is weird. Why didn't he call the police after she shot herself? Why didn't he stay there? Well, he says he was nervous. Well, do you believe he was nervous? I'm just not that guy. I personally don't get nervous when I see the police. I understand other people get nervous. As soon as the blue lights come on the highway, I know it's for me because I'm a speeder and I pull right over. I don't have a problem. But he explains to the police, listen, the optics didn't look good. I'm a black man. She's black, yes, but she's light skinned. I'm dark skinned. The optics just doesn't look good. It just doesn't look good. So no, this is what I did. He explains it to the police. So the whole thing is weird. So we have to try to go through the actual facts. Opening statement is where we're supposed to outline for you the evidence that you think that we expected you to see during the course of the trial. What you're going to see is you're going to see a ring camera, and you're going to see a ring camera that belongs to somebody who may or may not be here. I won't have a whole bunch of questions for the people with the ring camera. Well, Mr. Lewis, you said it was ring, but it was really ghost. Listen, let's stop playing games. Whatever surveillance you see, I'm going to call it ring. I don't care if it's called ghost or vivid or whatever it is. Let's not get bogged down in foolishness. Someone has a surveillance camera, and that camera is going to catch Tori coming over to my client's apartment about 10:30 at night on July 27, 2021. It's going to have my client coming back to his apartment without Tori somewhere around 12:30 in the morning on July 28, 2021. So although the indictment says July 27, 2021, you're never going to hear me stand up here and say, hey, it says July 27th, but they can't prove that that's foolishness. Somebody's dead, and we need to get at it. July 27, 2021, into the morning of July 28, 2021, Tori was shot. Her body is located at about 6:35 a.m. by a passerby, and we know that because they call 911, and 911 responds on July 28th at 6:30 in the morning. The ME does an autopsy. There's 1 bullet in Tori, 2 rounds. I don't know where the second bullet is. I don't know if there was a second bullet fired there or if there was just an extra casing. I don't know. I don't have the answer to that. That's weird, but that's not super weird. 2 rounds, she struck 1 time, and the medical examiner, Dr. Terry, who will tell you she's done like 6,000 autopsies. She's not brand new. Nobody here is new. Nobody here, okay, maybe Fallon Stimson is new. Prosecutor doesn't look new. All his hair is gone. All my hair is gone. And Dr. Terry's going to tell you she's got 6,000 autopsies. Nobody's new. And she's going to tell you, based on her expertise, she cannot tell if it's a suicide or a homicide. She doesn't know Austin Ford, but she's going to tell you science cannot tell me if it was a suicide or a homicide. She's not going to tell you science tells me it's 10% suicide and 90% homicide. Please do not wait for that. Dr. Terry is a person after my own heart. She doesn't suffer fools lightly. And if you say something foolish like undetermined means, you're going to hear it from Dr. Terry. She does not suffer fools lightly. With 6,000 autopsies, she's going to tell you she cannot determine if it's a homicide or a suicide. That's the end of that with Dr. Terry. The vehicle is found about 4 days after the body is found, burnt up. We don't know who burnt it up. We don't even know when it was burnt up. When the vehicle is found, it's not burning. So we know it doesn't get burned within 2 hours of the discovery because I don't think it's warm to the touch. I think it's sort of just burnt out, and they find the shell of a vehicle. And we can look at as many photos as you want. In the indictment, is my client charged with burning up a vehicle? No, because they don't know that he burnt up a vehicle. The whole theft of a vehicle and theft of firearm, that's just all a big distraction.
So you don't have
He
to say
moved the vehicle.
What?
Oh, sorry.
No, no worries.
I thought I was still on mute. This man is my favorite man since Johnny Cochran. I love him. He's like, this is shenanigans. This is all shenanigans, especially his mustache.
Yeah.
I love everything about him except his not stash. I don't understand it. But I could listen to him talk for about a year and a half about nothing. And honestly, if I was a juror, I think this man saved this man's life just from listening to this little snippet.
Yeah, very entertaining. I'm not entirely sure exactly what he says, but he is more or less debunking the entirety of
he's
or he
entertaining.
claims he's
Half
going
of
to.
this is just entertainment. When you don't, when the state doesn't have much. Again, the state had a bunch in the OJ trial, but it got bogged down in trying to prove it. You have Johnny Cochran there, you know, if the glove doesn't fit, you know.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. This man is just, hey, it's a Monday.
Yeah. I don't know what day they started last time, but he was ready for it. He was really ready for it.
And he moved the firearm. I don't know what the conversation was between him and his best friend. Pretend that it's not a suicide. I don't want my family to know it's a suicide. I don't know what the conversation was. He doesn't get that far into the conversation with the detectives when they speak to him. And the detectives speak to my client on March 29, 2022, 8 months later. They have an actual face-to-face conversation. Do I think my client is dodging the law enforcement in between the time of the shooting and the time that they speak to him? Absolutely. I absolutely believe he's dodging the police, dodging law enforcement, the same way people who know they doing 95 in a 55 say, why'd you pull? You know why I pulled you over? I don't know why you pulled me over. Really, dude? Really? You don't know why we pulled you over? I don't know why you pulled me over, officer. He's dodging the police. They finally catch up to him at the Clayton County Jail because he's there on some unrelated gun offense. And they sit down and they talk to him and he says, listen, I was there at Yellow River. And my friend killed herself. And I removed the gun and I removed the car. And that's how they know that he removed the gun and he removed the car, because he told them. 2 weeks after the conversation, which is 8 months after the actual body is discovered and the autopsy is done, 2 weeks after they speak to Austin Ford, the lead investigator takes a warrant for felony murder. They don't have any more information after they speak to Austin Ford than they had after Dr. Terry presented her report. No Nothing to distinguish suicide from homicide. Nothing.
You're welcome.
That's kind of weird. Having a warrant for felony murder with that little. Well, you can indict a ham sandwich and you can get a warrant for more or less everything, but you have to back it up in court.
I would hope so, but I've failed to be shocked anymore about what you do and don't need to have a warrant anymore.
Yeah, Sal, don't know how he will be on cross, but I hire him in an instant for opening and closing. Yeah, definitely opening at least. But also, with that opening, he kind of also has to back it up in crossing. Because if he does weak crossings, then that will undermine the opening. Yeah, he doesn't really breathe and here's my point, boom, and then continue. He just blah, 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 blah. So that might be.
Yeah, I can see all points. So he is entertaining. It's a wake up on a Monday. So hopefully he will, get a little bit more pointed and he will be able to, because I think the state is playing a really tricky game if they're going to try to, at the same time, use the medical examiner to prove that the murder was a murder and impeach the medical examiner, but use the medical examiner to prove it was a murder. These seem to like these, and then the medical examiner is not going to like being impeached by the same people that are.
No,
I don't think she's going to enjoy that.
No, not especially. But if the report says inconclusive, I'm having a hard time. If that is all, and his weird behavior afterwards, yeah, but you never know, because it was still a hung jury right down the middle. And apparently 6 of the jurors found him, yeah, he did it. So, but then again, 12 jurors said that Zachariah Anderson was guilty with absolutely no physical evidence. Just a very, very good misrepresentation of the non-evidence. So I have to give Gravely that. He had absolutely nothing, but he made it sound so good. Sadly. See, Sauder says, the state's opening left me thinking, why did they bring this case? Yeah, kinda. Yeah, they were lied to. Yeah. Yeah, but I'm updating all the channels here, law and crime and everything, to see if they start, when they start. But let's continue.
And so as you sit here and you listen to this evidence over the next 3.5 days, maybe to you by Friday, it may not be to you as a jury for you to deliberate till Monday. As you sit here and you listen to this evidence, the evidence needs to answer 3 questions. Question number 1, what happened? I'm not really even used to that. Look, normally when I come to court and my client is charged with something, I know what happened. They say it's a burglary and something got burglarized. Somebody got shot. Somebody says they got raped. I understand what happened. I don't even know what happened here. I don't even know what happened. The prosecutor giving you 3 theories. He could have shot her. He could have helped her steer the gun. Shot her. He could have just watched her shoot herself. That was all of why.
They found 2 shell casings, but I've only heard of 1 gunshot wound. At least what I have read. But maybe they claim that he shot twice but missed once. But where is the other bullet in that case? Yeah, you never know.
And done nothing. Well, which is it? Now I'm gonna let you decide. So first thing you have to decide on the evidence that you see, first thing you have to decide is what happened. Was it a suicide or a homicide? Did Tori kill herself or did Austin Ford kill her? Because you're not pointing in any other directions with any other suspect. First question that the evidence needs to answer is what happened. Then the second question is who was present? Who was present? If Austin Ford doesn't tell you he's present, there's no evidence that he's ultimately present. And you're going to hear from him through his recording. I don't know if he's going to testify or not. He has a right to testify. He has a right not to testify. The judge is going to tell you that. But it's clear the gun was removed from the park and her vehicle was removed from the park. And the evidence shows that she was shot at the park. I don't know that the evidence is going to show if she was standing up on her knees, laying down, head turned. I'm not willing to go that far. Maybe you think the evidence is going to show that, or maybe the prosecutors live with the evidence long enough that he can make that inference. I'm just comfortable saying she was shot at the park versus shot someplace else and brought to the park. But you're going to have to determine who was present in the park when the gun and or the vehicle was removed. The evidence is going to have to ultimately tell you that information. And then I could tell you the evidence is going to be clear that Austin Ford is lying. Why is Austin Ford lying? I've been doing enough jury trials that I trust that juries aren't going to be finding people guilty of felony murder because they lying to the police. I don't know why he told the police what he did. I don't know why he told the police he was there. I don't know why he told the police beforehand that he wasn't there. I don't know. But you will get to review all of his statements. He's dodging the police. So the first 3 calls on the phone, you can just put down dodger. He's dodging the police. When they catch up with him, he's already in custody. They read him his rights and he gives a voluntary statement. He voluntarily gives a statement and he explains ultimately what happened. He doesn't have Dr. Terry's report at that time. Austin Ford doesn't have Dr. Terry's report saying that it is potentially a suicide. He doesn't say, oh, we went to the park and there was a third figure that came up and shot me, shot her and said that they were going to shoot me, or shot her and then shot at me. That explains the second round. No, he's not doing that. He's not doing that. Dr. Terry says it's undetermined suicide, homicide. He then tells the detective 8 months after that autopsy, which he's never seen, it was a suicide. How in the world did he get that right? So he explains that ultimately to the police. Why'd you take the gun and throw it in the water? Why?
Composer C. If the state's theory is correct, why wouldn't they go for second degree? They had first degree murder and voluntary manslaughter as alternative. So they did go for a lesser as well. But there was a hung jury on the 5 most serious charges.
Why'd you move the car anyplace else? That's all weird. That's just weird. And I think that's what the prosecutor's hoping. He's hoping that you will convict Austin Ford on the weirdness of this whole case. Everything is weird. So I'm going to use half of my energy not to be weird as the case is weird. I'm going to try to stay focused on the evidence so that it comes to you so that you can use your cognitive abilities in evaluating the evidence and not fall into the abyss of this is just weird. It's all weird. At the end, you're going to see there's no way you can find him guilty of everything, because in order to find him guilty of everything, you got to find him guilty of multiple theories. You got to find that he shot and he helped Tori by helping her by pointing, which is the felony murder, and he had to be mad when she laid down for some reason. So that's impossible. It's impossible for you to find him guilty of all the charges. And what you're going to see through the weirdness of the case is that the state hasn't proven anything to you, which is why the only verdict in the case is going to be not guilty on all the charges. Thank you very much, Judge.
All right, thank you, Lawrence Lewis, for the defense. All right.
Yeah, that was entertaining. Who? Well, he had a lot to say in a very short time. I would have preferred making a point, pause, making next point, pause. Now it was, here's all my points, and I'm going to say them for 15, 20 minutes straight. That's a bit, yeah, but he was entertaining. But my logical brain says that maybe they should have just gone step by step a bit more, maybe. What do you think, Mo?
Yeah, I mean, again, he's pointed out that they really don't have anything, but I think that perhaps harping on that and not going point by point, you might have gotten some people with the weird, but your more logical jurors are going to say, yes, we get that it's weird, but what do you have to counterbalance these points? Because for a more logical side of me, I'm still going to say, okay, well, why was the car torched? That's really suspect. Why did he have the gun? I'm still going to have some, him saying, well, he lied to the cops. Okay. I mean, he is correct that, we're not going to just charge him for murder because he lied to the cops. But you do have to at least explain away satisfactorily some of these things, not with, well, I was afraid. I mean, maybe he knows the jury. Maybe he knows that that'll work with that particular jury that he went with in voir dire. He kind of understands that particular
and
jury.
And he must have been in this courtroom before, so he knows what he can get away with the judge. And
I mean, and maybe his age takes it into a factor. I mean, maybe him being 18, maybe that is going to be one of the pivotal parts in his closing. He is 18. I mean, because
he's 20 now, yes, or 21 now, so they were basically the same age.
Yeah. I mean,
yeah.
So maybe those are all factors, because we're looking at it like maybe people of vintage, if you will, politically correct. We're not looking at it as, what is it, 17, almost 18-year-old people. Maybe it would make sense to take the gun and take the car and torch it. That would be, I mean,
Yeah, at 18, how many dumb decisions did I? Well, a few, but nothing involving guns. May or may not knives. Rural Sweden. What can I say? You carried a knife because there was always some stick you could, if you were bored, because there was nothing else to do. You could watch paint dry, or you can watch the grass grow, or you could take a piece of wood and carve it. So you always had a knife. And then all of a sudden, the neighboring village kids came over to make dumb decisions. So you may or may not have done dumb decisions. And then you got your ass whooped by dad. This was back when disciplining through spanking wasn't illegal in Sweden.
Yeah.
Yeah. And after that, my dad only had to... Well, then I was stupid against my mother, and yeah, that was a bad idea. And in the middle of the car ride home, Dad caught me drunk at about, what kind of, 14 maybe. What will your mother think? And I said something of the sort, I don't care what she thinks. And then I woke up at home.
Yeah, the kids don't these days don't understand.
Yeah.
If
I deserved it, and
I
deserved it, and I never spoke against either my mother and father again.
I'd still be in a coma. You guys would be seeing me in an intensive care unit.
Curious about fingerprints on. Yeah, I'm curious about the actual physical evidence around the gun, gunpowder residue, stipplings, stuff like that. But if both the state and the defense says the medical examiner can't say it was either homicide or suicide, then in my head then there's no case other than he reacted really strange to the situation.
Well, and I feel sorry for the family because I know,
Yeah.
look, I'm sure the family really wants there to be justice. They want,
Yeah.
something to happen.
Yeah, nobody really wants to find out that your kid was self-ending, because the
Yeah.
guilt in that is
Well, especially if you didn't know that there was a problem. If you
Mm.
didn't if they hid it so well that you didn't know that they needed help.
Yeah.
I mean, or if this was, some elaborate, I mean, if he is getting away with this crime, I mean, but sadly, we do have, standards that this, I mean, what needs to be proven is if she could physically be the one that,
if
I
it
probably
was
shouldn't do that on, but if the length is such that she could physically be the one to do it.
Yeah, what I read was 10 to 12 inches away, but with a stub gun, maybe not with really a long barrel gun. That's not really possible, but with a stub
I think the 6 Sauer is a fairly normalized, like 9mm. I don't believe it's a very long.
No,
barrel.
that's if it was a standard 6 Sauer, no, that's a short barrel. Standard 9mm.
I am not what you like to call an expert, if you will. I'm pre-weaponology. That's one of my many courses that I'm going to be pursuing.
And when it comes to stipplings or stiplings or whatever you call it, if you had Mark in front of you and you shot 12 inches away, and you took say you had 12 targets, and you shot 12 shots in each target, the stiplings would be different in all targets. So it's really hard to say, okay, what did it show? And our residential gun expert is here. Maybe Daddy can tell us. Hi.
Call me Daddy.
Yeah, after what's his face trial, I feel gross.
So I'm new to this case. I don't know anything about it. I watched the opening. I try to get caught up quick, and it kind of goes by really quick when you're at 2.5 speed. But what's the underlying issue here? I mean, obviously it's a murder, but
yeah, she was found with a gunshot to her head. Then the defendant and her were friends or best friends. And she was found with a gunshot in her head. And the medical examiner couldn't say if it was homicide or suicide. What I have read is I only read the summary, and Stipling said 10 to 12 inches from the head the gun was held, which is quite far away.
yeah, I mean, you're kind of holding it out here at that point, right?
Yeah.
What kind of gun was it? Did they say?
6 Sauer.
Oh.
Standard.
Yeah.
I don't know. I didn't catch that, but Mo did catch that.
So the medical examiner is saying that stippling indicates 12
10
inches
to 12.
away. 10 to 12. Yeah. Hopefully the defense has a counter expert on the stippling.
Yeah. Well, we are what we are doing now is the first trial, the state's opening and the defense opening. This is a retrial because it was a hung jury right down the middle.
Well, the
So
defense did a very good job with his opening. I like the passion. He believes in his client. He believes in the case, which means that either there's something there or the jury's obviously grabbing onto something,
Yeah, and there were weirdness around it so far, but what they can agree on is that the medical examiner cannot rule out suicide or self-ending. And the defense make it sound like they can't say if it was homicide or suicide, and therefore it should be not guilty. Now, in the first trial, there were 8 counts. They were hung on counts 1 to 5, which was the serious, like felony murder, alternatively voluntary manslaughter, and a bunch of gun-related and stuff like that. And then 6, 7, 8 was about removing gun from crime scene, removing car from crime scene, and tampering with evidence. That they found him guilty of. But the retrial is for all 8 counts according to the court docket. That is weird.
Was there a motion for a judgment notwithstanding the verdict?
No, it was a clear mistrial after 3 days. It was a 3-day trial and 3 days of jury deliberations.
So he wasn't acquitted of the other counts. It was a hung jury on the other counts, right?
Yeah.
What state is this?
Georgia.
I have to imagine then that they declared a mistrial for the entire proceedings, even though the jury was in agreement on some of them. He wanted if he has a conviction entered against him on the record for some of those counts, they wouldn't be able to retry him again. What would be the point, right?
Yeah.
So
that's what I thought, but then I did not know.
Yeah, I mean, so they must have declared a mistrial on for the entire proceeding, which would be typical, right? If there's a hung jury, it doesn't matter if they're hung on some of the charges and not all of the charges. If it's a hung jury, it's a hung jury, and it's a mistrial, and you start over again.
Yeah, and if they have chosen not to retry it, I think that I don't think they even got the sentencing of the 3 he was convicted of, the 3 lesser, because that would have been more or less time served.
Yeah. Yeah. So that's
and
interesting.
then if it's time served, guilty of crimes related to the crimes he is tried for, can they use that in the trial? So that might be a reason for why they have to retry everything.
Yeah, I'm just thinking here, if there was a hung jury on one count, and there's 2 counts, right? And they find him guilty on one count, and there's a hung jury on the other. That's not a complete process, so they would declare a mistrial on the whole thing. I mean, that's how I believe it would work in Michigan. I've never actually come across anything like that. It's kind of weird, but yeah, there wouldn't be a conviction entered on either on anything.
Yeah, and it's weird because if they were hung and it was mistrial on the felony murder and voluntary manslaughter and the other things, how could they convict him of removing a gun from a crime scene?
Well, I mean, anyone can do it. I mean, you think of, what was that case where the mom was convicted of helping the son wash his clothes and conceal a crime when she didn't actually commit the murder. I mean, so there's conceivable ways of where you're concealing evidence of a murder outside of actually committing it.
Yeah, and more or less the only reason this hiding evidence was because he told them, yeah, I took the gun away from the scene. Yes, I took the car away from the scene. And that in itself is tampering with evidence. But if they can't agree on if it was a crime scene,
right?
How can he be convicted of tampering with evidence? Can you tamper with evidence in a self-ending?
Yeah, I think you could, because it's technically, I mean, so suicide is technically a crime, right? So it's a crime scene, and if you're trying to cover up evidence of a self-unaliving, then you could be charged with tampering with evidence. Absolutely. So I think that's right. I mean, the theory could be that she, self-ended and he tampered with the evidence for whatever reason, and that could still be a crime. Yeah, I saw who said it in here that everything is weird. I saw that he pointed that out, and there was another case. Oh, it was the murder of the pastor case.
Oh yeah.
I said, like, everything in that case was weird too. I like that this defense attorney is saying everything is weird in this case. Just understand that. And that's where I thought the defense should have gone in that other case. We're like, everything about this case is weird. You're going to think it's weird because it is weird, but it doesn't mean that he's guilty just because it's weird.
Let's see here. It's Gwinnett County Courts. I had it up earlier, but I removed it, and I had to register to even search for it.
So is this live right now?
No, we are this will be live later today. We are watching the opening statements of the first trial to compare if the state is making changes to the retrial.
Oh, so what time is it supposed to start?
I thought, because when I checked the court docket, this particular judge did not have anything else on the docket. So I assumed it would begin in the morning. But if it was Nanya who said that?
Okay. All right. I thought we were watching the current opening statements, but those are from the first trial. Well, hopefully he comes with the same vigor. Obviously it worked, right? To some extent. So I really like that defense attorney. I liked his approach. I liked his passion to the case. It might be a little different when I watch it on normal speed, because I was watching it on 2x speed to get caught up, but I liked it. I liked it a lot.
Me too, but
it's kind of the style that I would argue with. Not maybe all the flamboyance, but definitely the words. This is all weird. It doesn't make sense, but that doesn't mean he's guilty. That kind of approach.
I mean, the only thing I take issue to is the not stash. I don't understand this. I really don't. I
don't get that either. There's a lot of people. I trimmed my beard down though. I feel naked.
I know. I was like, were you able to go to the barber shop? The last I heard, you were like gonna burn the barber shop down. You were like, Milton, like I was promised that we were gonna have an appointment, but you keep changing it. The time was always lost, and I was told I was gonna be able to go.
Yep, finally made it there. As you guys can all tell, I don't have my ponytail, and
I was rooting for it.
It was funny. So we were doing a little thing for my brother's wedding anniversary, which, by the way, I don't understand celebrating someone else's wedding anniversary. That's something that the couple does. But anyways, so we were watching their wedding video, and it was when my dad had his ponytail. And so I was just like, oh, I could have gone that route. I could have gone down that route.
You could have.
My account is successfully verified. I can sign in, but it won't let me sign in.
So Jung is asking, I'm anxious. Okay, so I'm anxious for a video explaining the mock trial. Get on that. Well, I don't know what you want explained. Flux, the House of, has been charged with second-degree murder and involuntary manslaughter in connection with the death of Jeff on July 1st, 2023. An indictment has been filed with the Honorable Legal Vices. She has retained counsel, Steve Gosney. Feral Housewife is my lead investigator. And
crap. I mean,
we have,
this is good.
We have we have a arraignment, which is tentatively scheduled for early September. We'll have to be addressing bond issues and things like that. But I think Steve is also preparing. Now, he's not telling me his defense strategy, but I believe part of his defense strategy is going to be bringing forth a motion to change venue. So we'll see how that goes if he decides to do that. But we have to address bond
Rumble?
to get her arraigned. Yeah. You have talked about it on other streams, but it doesn't have its own video. Make a separate video. Oh, well, I might make a separate video. I was thinking about doing a pre-recorded press release.
That might be a good idea.
Talking about the indictment and why the charges are appropriate while she is not being overcharged, as defendant and her counsel have suggested. So I might do that as well.
Yeah, we definitely need to know, because I've missed 4 days of the internet, so that's like 18 years in real internet time.
Well, Feral Housewife, you were not live, so you're not an eyewitness. You are the investigator who can use hearsay statements in order to sign off as the as a member of not the FBI. You can sign off on the investigation. So that's what you did. So you are the complaining witness, but you're also sitting in as sort of the lead investigator role. Yeah.
I will be the reporter, and I will make fun of everyone's outfits and report the news.
I also
Obnoxiously, with a lot of
updated the Discord channel for the People v Flux page, and with some other screen captures and the indictment. We have some of the statutory language that's going to be applied here and things like that. So if you guys want to see some of and this is all the information that's been made public thus far. So I'm not going to produce any work product. We're not going to be talking about the strategy of the case, but the information that is out in the public is accessible on my Discord channel. I think this mock trial will be big. This mock trial is going to be drawn out because Steve's involved. And so there is going to be a lot here. So that's why I spent the morning working on it. Let's see. Yeah, Flux is facing a real trial. This could be a real trial with jury and all. We have to do jury selection. That's why defense counsel is so concerned about venue. I think he wants to change the venue because of the potential jury pool that's available.
David, can you sign a note that tells my mom this is a real job? Asking for a friend.
Yeah, sure.
Here is the case information. I had to apparently I had to type in the correct password. There, let's put it there.
We don't have a docket yet because although it's been filed with the court, we don't have a schedule set. It's up to the court to create the docket. So,
okay, so it was count 1 to 5, felony murder, aggravated assault, voluntary manslaughter, and 2 possession of firearm or knife. That's the 5 counts they were hung on. And 6, 7, 8, theft by taking. The gun didn't belong to him. They claim it belonged to the victim's mother. The car clearly wasn't him. Concealing death of other. Yeah, he left her there. So, yeah. And let's go down to... Motion for Rule 22. No, jury was on June 27th. That's weird. And then it is media rules, transcripts. Yeah. So it is, yeah. That's all I have for recent time. Let's see here. And
Oh, Josie, I didn't see you in the chat. Were you saying something? Why? How am I ignoring you? Michael Campbell's interview? I did not listen to Michael Campbell's interview. When was that?
Where is the venue? Gwinnett Courts. Gwinnett Courts. But I still haven't seen. I tried to find earlier today. I tried to find if they were doing anything else, like if there was a Zoom call or anything. Yeah. Okay, you're talking about that. The ending and concealing of Jeff the dog.
Yes, and she took active steps to conceal it. That was the big thing.
Mm.
It's always the concealment. As the local independent media, I am simply here to look pretty and have cleavage out. Not today, but when the court actually starts. And promote myself.
Oh, Josie, I'll check Discord. I've been a little busy this morning.
Okay, all I see here is order of mistrial, but they don't show the actual document. Verdict of jury, plea of defendant. Order denying motion to set bond, so he has been in jail since all of 2022, more or less, and all of 2023. That's, yeah, well, the charges are really serious, but...
Well, yeah.
The evidence is really...
Sketchy.
Of what we heard so far in the opening statements is kind of weird. But we can go on and see what witnesses, because this is day one of the first trial. So we can still listen to this, and hopefully I will continue to update Court TV. Law and crime trials, and 11 alive, and still no live stream. So we can still listen to this and see.
That's the interview from Michael Campbell she's talking about.
Okay.
Right, Anderson, witness. Yeah, we're having our own discussion in chat while you're getting everything up and running for trial.
Yeah, okay.
As you do.
As you do. I'm here desperately trying to see things that the stream is actually about, and as per usual, the chat is discussing something completely else.
Well, you know, it is the same internet. I love that it's constant. The internet is a constant friend.
Yeah.
We're always on a tangent.
Yeah, I really like this because we can be dead serious in the middle of a trial, and then you squint over to the chat and, oh, you're discussing pro wrestling. That's interesting. I love it. We are just background entertainment for a totally different discussion. It's amazing. But let's continue with the first trial, and we can listen to the first witness, or the prosecution's case, because the defense didn't put up a case in chief and in the first trial. And that can be interesting to just compare and see, did they change anything, or do they rely on a completely new jury? And also, will he change, and the defense attorney, will he change anything between trials? Maybe definitely not putting the defendant on the stand, but maybe find an expert of his own to enforce that, no, this is clearly, and it doesn't have to be 10 or 12 inches. It could be as close as 4 inches, and all of a sudden you have a totally different case. You never know. But let's continue.
Mr. Norris Lewis, call your first witness, please.
Theodore Young.
Theodore Young. And it was just a 3-day trial, so can't be that many witnesses.
Just come forward for us, Mr. Young.
Oh, I would love to hear David interview Mike.
And when you come around, there's a couple of steps. Watch your step coming around before you're seated, please, sir.
I'll be right back.
Yep. This should be a neighbor, and they are talking about I wouldn't assume.
Raise your right hand, please, Mr. Young. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this matter now pending before the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Can you slide
put
your
your hand
chair
down, sir.
all the way up for me so you're right in front of those microphones?
Okay.
And they'll extend out if you need to pull them toward you.
Okay, whatever.
Very good. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Young, could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Theodore Young.
Mr. Young, are you familiar with Yellow River Park?
Yes, sir.
How are you familiar with Yellow River Park?
Go over there walking the trails every day, early in the morning.
Do you live near Yellow River Park?
I live about maybe 2 miles from Yellow Park.
Were you in Yellow River Park on the 28th day of July of 2021?
Yes, sir.
What were you doing there?
Walking.
Were you walking alone, or were you with someone?
I was with my wife.
Yeah. David had a work
Did you
call,
see anything you
or
would
he might be back later.
call unusual or out of the ordinary on that morning?
Yes, we just started walking on the trail, and I seen a body underneath of a tree, and I thought maybe the person was sleeping, and went over there and examined them. I didn't touch the body, but I said, "Are you okay?" And no movement, and then I backed off and called Gwinnett County Police.
And was that your
Black kid was near. Call the cops.
last involvement with calling the police? Was that the last thing you did?
Well, the police come, they took my name and said, "That's it," and I just left from there.
And you're certain that you did not touch the body or anything around it?
Did not touch it.
Thank you, sir. That's all the questions I have.
The other Mr. Lewis, Mr. Lawrence Lewis, may have some questions for you, sir.
Let me say that, Judge. I think pork, the other white meat. Mr. Young, good afternoon. Good afternoon. I only have a few questions for you.
Okay.
All right. If you don't understand anything I ask you, you just let me know, and then I'll try to rephrase it. Okay.
Okay.
If you don't hear the question, just ask me to repeat it, and I'll make sure. Is it better when I speak directly into the microphone? Is that better?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. All right. Good. Let me ask you this, sir. Do you recall about what time it was that you phoned the police?
About 6:20 in the morning.
About 6:20 in the morning. And you were there for approximately how long before the police arrived?
Maybe less than 15 minutes.
Okay, good. From the point where you called the police to the point where the police arrived, did you ever go closer to the body? From the point, understand my question, from the point where you called the police, where you called 911 to the point when they arrived, did you ever approach the body?
After I made the phone call, no.
Okay, good. Before you made the phone call, how close did you get to the body that was there under the tree? It was under a tree, right?
Right.
Right. How close did you get?
Probably about 3 feet.
3 feet. Okay, good. So fair to say you never touched the body. Is that fair to say? Never
Yes.
touched it.
Never touched
Do you recall ever seeing any shell casings?
Any what?
Any shell casings? The
No.
part that's discharged from a gun.
No.
Do you recall ever hearing any metallic sound as you were moving, as if you might have like kicked or touched a shell casing?
No.
Okay. Just based on your testimony, I'm left with the impression that it was you that got closest to the body between you and your wife. She sort of hung back and you were the one that came within
Yes.
3 feet. Is that fair to say?
Yes, sir.
Fantastic. And after the police arrived, approximately how long were you there before you left?
How long was the police there before?
No, yeah. How long? That's even a better question. How long were the police there after they arrived before you left?
As soon as they took the information from me, my name and address, I left.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Thank you, Judge.
Any redirect examination from the state?
No, Your Honor.
All right, and then Mr. Young, watch your step coming down and you're excused. Is he excused from any further appearance?
Yes. Oh, you
No
have
objection
the
to
co-
the statement.
the body
All right,
of the cop.
you are free to go about your
With your
business, sir.
information.
No further obligation to appear. Thank you. Call your next witness.
Teresa Lang. Sorry.
No, we are waiting for the trial to actually start. So we are watching the first trial, until the second trial actually starts. That way we can compare what they did on the first trial with what happens on the retrial. Yeah, and if we go through the entirety of these, another hour 50 without them starting the actual retrial, I will close down this stream and start up as soon as the trial begins. Then we will see if they do anything today or if they actually start tomorrow morning.
Yeah, they are gonna beat South Texas for being on top of things. Well, that's an unfortunate pause or a fortunate pause, depending on
your preferences.
If you like your behind to be on television that much. I don't know that I would, but if you're confident.
That dress is
praise
glued to her.
Yeah. I don't know that my mother would be super happy with me being.
Watch your step.
Another one of these blue collar comedy guys. Jeff Foxworth is fashion advice. If you are, I won't say it. It might be misinterpreted, but it's something about watching two poodles fight in.
Sometimes Jeff Foxworthy can get away with saying stuff. And oddly enough, Tyler Perry dressed up as Medea can get away with saying a lot of things that I wish I were able to.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Earlier today on Twitter, there was a discussion regarding Harry and Meghan, and I shortened it to Hagen. And apparently I was very racist. And I'm there like
I'm confused. Mixing their names is a racism?
Yeah,
because or was it supposed to be
attacking?
Well, I guess.
I'm attacking.
Well, should it have been Maggie?
Or Mary? Hagen, I don't know.
Mary?
But apparently I was attacking a woman of color and I was a racist, and they were going after my account. They would never watch me again, and my little channel, I highly doubt that audience is my audience. But I see trials, I evaluate evidence. I say stupid things. Yeah, sure. Put out of context, you can probably make me look really stupid. But then again, I don't need help with looking stupid.
I know. I need no assistance. You don't need to frame me. Just be around me once in a while. The things that come out of my mouth are stupid already. I need no editing. I promise you.
Mm.
Watch me try to do my kids' algebra with them.
Yeah, and I said something of the sort. If something has gone to trial, or not even got it to trial, and there's no conviction, then that person is considered innocent or not guilty. So bringing up stuff 6 years later and claiming that person did this and that, well, if a court didn't find them guilty, then that person is not guilty, and you are in risk of doing actual defamatory. And that led to me being a racist.
Well, that makes okay, now I get it. Yeah, totally.
Yeah. And it's that don't you be harassing Harry and Meghan. We are going to silence you. You are probably a rapist. You are probably this and that, because you shouldn't harass people. And I kind of pointed that out, that, well, if you're so against harassment, why are you saying these things about me? You anonymous number account, and again, I was a racist because the person behind this anonymous number account claimed to be a person of I don't know.
It's all very confusing. I just wake up every morning and I acknowledge that I am a product of a lot of eukaryotic cells murdering prokaryotic cells, and it all started with those bastards. And I do my very best to be kind to bacteria.
Yeah, and remember, I'm one of the wokest people on YouTube. I am Swedish, in socialist paradise, and I am a union rep. You can't be more woke than I am. But apparently, if I have a slightly difference in opinions and believing in the court system and stuff like that, I'm a racist. And but then, I don't know.
I have to tell you, Nicholas, I have not gotten many bad comments because I'm awesome, but the one comment that I got that was like, I cannot believe you did this. I have my cursing mugs as my thumbnails. Your mug up, and the comment was, of all the words in the English language, those are the words you choose to describe a situation like this. And I think it was, and I was like, it's not even my fucking mug, lady. God damn it. I was like, go talk to fucking Nick. He's Swedish. I was like, if I'm going to get in fucking trouble, I want it to be my own fucking cuss words. Okay, did I curse enough to be ladylike again?
Yeah. But here's the thing. If you want your own mug, merch store.
I was promoting your stuff, and the first time I put up, and one, because mine have actual cuss words, like not even yours is censored. So the first time I get someone bitching about a mug, it's yours.
Yeah, and I'm one of the whitest people in existence, and when I laugh, I turn purple. I mean,
it was so hilarious to me that the first comment I have on cursing, because all of my mugs have the actual curse words on them, is yours, and it's the censored one. I was like, I cannot. I know, Jamie. I just had to get it out because I know I owe like all the money. But okay, y'all, look. Let me explain to you how my weekend has gone. So I had to talk to my mother, and my mother's like, "So what do you actually do?" And I'm like,
Mm.
Mom, I research for cases, but when are you a mother?" And I was like, "Mom, I can take breaks and my children, are good and they can come
Mm.
and I can pause and,
Mm.
it's kind of a meme now." What is a meme? So you just make fun of people on the internet. I have a real job. Yes, Mom, I'm very proud of you. You have a great job. That's great. That's great.
Mm.
Your sister's in college. Yes, I know. I'm very proud of her. That's great. Okay. Okay. So you're handicapped now. Are you gonna be able to handle stairs? Yes. Do we need to get you one of those rascals?
Mm.
I should be okay. We'll
Mm.
figure out what my leg can do.
Mm.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
So
Mm.
that's been my weekend all weekend.
Mm. Yeah.
Now I've been able to drink and such. And
Mm.
and my mom is, look, y'all, I'm kind of turning her up to 11 just for comedic effect. She's
Mm.
actually she is who she is, and I love her, but she is who she is.
Yeah. I can start
So
identifying as Viking Santa, and that makes me both imaginary and extinct. And
so yeah, so my mom is quite unsure as to how I can make this a business. She's like, so you get memberships and super chat and people just send you money? That are you showing your boobs? I'm like, no. Like, why would you think I'm doing only? I was like, oh my, okay, never mind. My mom thinks I'm doing OnlyFans, y'all. I give up.
your mom thinks it, and most of your audience wish it.
I was like, yes, Mom, and feet. I am that degenerate. It's the Christmas card from our family. Well, my one son is coming back from, advanced training in the military, and my daughter is getting ready to graduate from international business with a minor in French. And my daughter, I think, makes fun of people and shows her boobs on the internet. I'm not quite sure. She's it's a hobby.
Oh, yeah.
We don't talk about her much. It is what it is.
There are these beach towels that when you put them over, there's like a figure. Yeah.
Family is also who you show your weird to. So come on now. Y'all are my internet family. I show my weird to you.
Yeah. I wouldn't go that far.
Y'all, there are some things that you guys do over in that particular area, like the children's character with a long appendage. Although we do have the, not at all phallic plush mushrooms behind me that we thought were kid appropriate. But that might
hi,
not
Chris.
work there. Hi, Chris.
We are unsupervised in this stream.
Yes, and Mo is on like 12 because she spent 4 days away from the internet and with her mom, so she kept Oliver crazy in for a couple days. No, I'm not mentioning that, Matt. I know. No, I may have been away from the internet for 4 days, but not away from my faculties.
Oh.
Hello, Justin.
Did not send me here. Okay, so you're here voluntarily. That's nice.
Well, at least he didn't force you here.
Yeah. Morning.
Morning.
Yeah. It's past 5 o'clock here. And I'm still updating Law and Seaward, 11 Alive, and Court TV. There is still no stream up. So let's continue with the first trial. So we can, again, we are waiting for the retrial to start. If you're completely new here and wondering what the actual F is going on here. And, it seems like we are bouncing up a bit in the viewers. Hiya. Hi all. Okay, so people are finding me voluntarily. That's nice. Oh, you had a choice. Yeah, yeah. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Oh, that's good too.
Yeah. For you who are completely new, now we bounced up a bit more. For you who are completely new, we are waiting for the retrial of Austin Ford, who is accused of the murder of his best friend. And while we are waiting for the retrial, we are watching the first day of the original trial that ended with a hung jury and a mistrial. So we can compare. The first attempt, and then when they start again to see, have the prosecution changed anything? Will the defense change anything? So that is what we are doing so far. So if you go back a bit, you will see a lot of fun stuff, and me, Mo, and David having some fun, and occasionally we are interrupted by trial. And so we have just seen the state's opening and the defense opening, and the first victim. No, not the first victim. The first witness, who was the person discovering the body. This is the second victim, who has a very tight dress. Sure, she's a lovely lady. And let's see what she has to say.
Coming around for me, please. And if you will get seated comfortably in the chair and position yourself in front of the microphone.
Raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this matter now pending?
Wait. Why is Uncle Phil asking for the do you swear to tell the truth?
Yeah, I don't know.
That was new. I missed that.
Did he do that for the first one and we didn't notice? Because generally it's the clerk or the judge in every case that I've watched before. Now it's Uncle Phil. At least have Carlton do it. I don't know. Or the butler. I feel very weird.
Oh, that's the prosecution and defense. It's Uncle Phil and the butler. Same weird mustache.
Oh, good catch, yes.
Yeah. Yeah, but let's continue. I just thought this was very weird. I feel that's strange that the prosecution is asking, will you tell the truth, the whole truth? And not, because that should be a neutral part asking her this, asking the witness. Yeah, sorry. It's not Uncle Phil, and it's not the
I'm
butler.
sorry. Noticing patterns in people that look like other people. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
He looks like Tim Allen. Definitely. Not Al Borland.
Yeah.
The court should be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth. Up you got.
Yes.
Put your hand down. Please introduce yourself to the jury.
My name is Tori Lang.
All right, and Miss Lang, let me have you just extend those microphones so that they're right in front of you.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Who was Tori Lang to you?
Tori Lang is my daughter. My only daughter. My only child.
Going for
this is
emotional.
gonna be rough.
Did something happen with Tori in July of 2021?
Yes.
When was the last time you saw Tori?
The last time I saw Tori was July 27, 21.
Do you remember what time it was?
Roughly around 3:30 p.m.
Did Tori have a car?
Yes.
What kind of car was it?
It was a Nissan Versa, blue.
Did she leave in the car as far as you know?
Yes, she did.
Did she have her cell phone with her?
No.
Why didn't she have her cell phone?
She didn't have her cell phone because I was switching over services from Verizon to Comcast and Xfinity. And I was switching the service over for both our lines.
Right. Are all the jurors able to hear? If someone's not able to hear, raise your hand. Okay. All right. If you could just keep your voice up just a little for us. All right. Thank you.
Did Tori return home from the last time that you saw her?
No.
When did you start becoming concerned that something had happened to Tori?
I became concerned on July 27th, the same day, because she didn't return home that night. But curfew time around 11:30 p.m.
Did you start looking for her then?
Actually, I started looking for her before then, but I continued to look for her throughout the night. I was out. When I returned home, I went back out looking for her.
What types of places did you go looking for her?
I rode around to her best friend, was supposed to be best friend Arson Ford's home. I rode around there looking for her in that area, looking for the car, just rode around the whole complex looking for the vehicle. And I went to another friend's house in Lithonia looking for her, looking for the vehicle, and I couldn't find it.
When you went to, you said you went to Austin Ford's house?
Yes.
Is Austin Ford in the courtroom today?
Yes, he is.
Where is he?
Right there in front of me, in the purple suit.
Thank you. And you identified him at the time. He was her best friend?
Yes.
When you went to his house on the 27th, were you able to talk to him?
No.
Having not found Tori the night of the 27th, what did you do the morning of the 28th?
I continued to look for her. When I got home, I returned home around 11:30 and went out and rode around to after midnight. So around 12:30 midnight, 12:30 in the morning, going into 1 o'clock that morning, I started calling her friends from her phone because at this time, her phone has ported over and mine wasn't ported over. So I was calling people from her cell phone.
Who were some of the people you called?
The first person I called was Austin Ford.
Did you talk to him?
I didn't talk to him when I first called. He called me back.
About what time did he call you back?
I want to say around 1 or 1:30 a.m. going into Wednesday morning.
So we're now into the 28th of July.
Correct.
What did he tell you at 1 in the morning on the 28th of July?
Well, this is his exact words. When he called back, I answered the phone and said, hello. It was like this Tori. Like he was talking to someone in the background. Like he was shocked to have Tori calling the phone. Then I asked him, where's Tori? He said, I haven't seen Tori. I said, you sure you haven't seen Tori? Because she's missing. We haven't seen her, since she left the home earlier. He said, no, you haven't seen her.
And this was, again, about 1 in the morning on the 28th.
Around 1:30.
I'm going to show you what's marked as State's Exhibits 1 and 2. What are State's Exhibits 1 and 2?
Tori?
Our State's Exhibits 1 and 2 photographs of Tori Lang before her death.
Yes.
Are they true and accurate depictions of Tori Lang?
Yes.
You understand we tender State's Exhibits 1 and 2.
All right, States 1 and 2 are each admitted without objection.
Yeah, that's a negative on his part.
Yeah,
she called him.
that looks.
Yeah,
It's a negative, but it's also believable if he happens to get on the stand this time and at 21 can explain, I was young and I was a scared 17-year-old, and I am so terribly, terribly sorry and remorseful for that.
Yeah.
If you can sell that, then that's, that can be explained. It looks terrible, I'm not gonna lie, but if he can get up and say, looking back, that's one of my biggest regrets as a young, dumb 17-year-old.
Yeah. And something. Yeah, it's a bit windy outside. Yeah, no trees has fallen yet on the farm, so I'm good. Where was I? Yeah, if you can explain that away with scared, panicked, but that's a big hurdle to overcome, even as a young and dumb and everything.
Yeah, but again, it seems like this lawyer, the defense lawyer seems very comfortable, like he knows the community, knows the jury. So if that's the kind of attitude, confidence that works there, if that defendant if the defense attorney and the defendant have worked on this for a long time.
Yeah, at least since April, when they know, okay, we got a hung jury with this, what can we do to improve? Because the state will try to improve their case. They can't really do anything with the experts, because then I don't know if I wish we had Dave on, if they can use prior statements under oath in the previous trial. I don't know. We will find out eventually.
Yeah, I do intend to publish.
Yes, sir. Do you need the picture?
I've already taken it.
All right, let me turn on the television one moment.
Okay, I guess I'm going to show. Yes, we're going to show.
Time to display publishing state exhibit number 1. Tell the jury about this photo.
It was a graduation photo shoot we did for her. Since, unfortunately, she wasn't able to have a traditional graduation because of COVID-19. And so we had to reinvent, get creative with the graduation. So we took her out on a photo shoot by the lake.
And how old was she in this picture?
She was 18. Wait. I'm sorry. I think she was 17.
Here's the thing with if anyone is thinking about self-ending, sometimes you can't tell. I have a friend who did that a good number of years ago, and we met just a few days before, and pictures with the both of us smiling. Couldn't tell. And then he was just gone, just a few days later. Sometimes there are no signs. Yes, Jeremy, sometimes there is no signs. So I think showing pictures like this is, I understand why, but it really doesn't say anything about state of mind. Yeah, you don't want to object. You want this over with and then move on.
because in getting to State's Exhibit number 2, tell the jury about State's Exhibit number 2.
She took those pictures with the school, with Katie Studios, went to the studio for a photo shoot for graduation.
Is that the photo shoot you were talking about around the time of her graduation?
That was before graduation.
Going back to the morning of the 28th, when the defendant told you that he hadn't seen Tori, did you continue looking for her other places?
Yes.
Did you continue calling her friends as you knew them?
Yes.
Were you able to find her?
No.
At any point, did you report her missing to DeKalb County Police?
Yes. I reported her missing on Wednesday afternoon around 4:30 p.m.
And you reported to DeKalb County Police because you live in DeKalb County?
Correct.
Did you have, at this time, any further contact with the defendant?
No.
At what point did you discover that Tori had been found?
I found out Thursday morning around 8:30, 9 o'clock a.m. from another friend of hers.
So we're now on the 29th.
Correct.
Did you or another family member make the final identification of Tori?
A family member, her auntie, Tori Lang.
And was the young woman who was found dead in Yellow River Park, was that your daughter?
Yes.
After you knew what had happened to Tori, what did you do?
I was panicked. I couldn't believe I was really upset. My husband and I were really, really upset. And we had to wait till the detectives come to the house to tell us, make sure that was Tori that they found. And I wanted to go see her myself in person, so we rode out to the coroner's office and they wouldn't let us see her. He told me I had to get the funeral home to come pick her up in order to see her. So we came back to the house. We came back to the house, and I wanted to know. I asked the neighbor, could we see their Ring camera to see if we can identify the time frame? You know, did she come back home that night, or to see, just when she exactly the time she left and things of that sort. And when we reviewed the Ring camera, we discovered that she left around 4:30 p.m. on the 27th of July, 21. And she resurfaced back on the camera around 10:30 p.m. on July 27, 21.
Well, at this point now on the 29th, going back to Thursday, did you have any further contact with the defendant after discovering that Tori had died, the manner in which she died?
Before the 29th?
After the 29th, starting on the 29th and then the days and time after.
Yes, I called him.
Did you speak to him again?
Yes, I did.
What did he tell you?
He told me, my mother told me, you're going to be mad with me. I said, why? Because I did see Tori that night. I saw her 2 times that night. And I asked him, what was the time frame that you seen her? Because Austin Ford came to our home on the 27th of July looking for Tori.
What time did the defendant tell you that he'd seen Tori?
what time he told me he seen Tori. He couldn't give me a time frame. I kept asking him, was it before you came to the house or after you came over to our home? He was saying it was after he came over, but he couldn't tell me the time frame that she came. She came twice, but he didn't tell me the time frame. He couldn't tell me the times.
At this point, did he tell you that he knew what happened to Tori?
No.
Did he tell you that he was with Tori when he died?
No.
When she died?
No.
Was that the last contact you had with the defendant?
No.
What was the next time you had contact with the defendant?
I spoke to him on the phone again. He told me a story about when Tori came over to his house. She was looking for someone to hurt her for $300.
About what day was this?
That was Thursday, the 29th of July.
Did he tell you that Tori had a gun?
No.
Did he tell you that they had gone to Yellow River Park together?
No.
Was this the last time you spoke with him?
No.
When was the next time you spoke to him?
He would call periodically. We would call each other periodically because we were trying to figure out what happened to Tori. And he'll call and say weird things to me like, I want to be around you. I want to smell you. All these things, weird stuff like that. And his mom and him came over to my mother-in-law house one day. I think it was like that Saturday. We had a vigil for her. They came over earlier that day and dropped off some things to bring to the vigil because they said they couldn't make it.
Did the defendant give you a reason why he couldn't make it?
Well, he said he had a football game somewhere to go to, and his mom said he wasn't ready to be out like that. And he made this weird statement that he didn't want to be a green bean coming out right now because the guys that hurt Tori might be looking for him too.
So he suggested to you that someone else, in fact, had hurt Tori.
Yes.
Is this the last time that you talked to him directly about what had happened to Tori?
We had other conversations, but that was it. Mainly we were saying that happened to Tori, that was it, yes.
Okay. Did you own a firearm?
Yes.
What kind of gun did you own?
It was a compact snug 9mm.
Do you recall what brand it was?
I forgot. I can't remember.
I'm going to show you what's marked as State's Exhibits 3, 4, and 5. It's like, do you remember Gwinnett County Police coming to your house in the days after Tori's death?
With DeKalb County?
Yes.
They came the same day I found out that she was not here anymore.
Did you at some point discover that your firearm was missing?
Yes.
Did you report that to DeKalb County Police?
Yes.
Did you let officers from the Gwinnett County Police Department know that your firearm had been missing?
Yes.
Did they come to your house, the Gwinnett officers?
About the gun?
Yes.
No, DeKalb County came.
Did an officer either from DeKalb or Gwinnett come to your house and collect the receipt where you purchased the gun, the case that the gun was in, and everything that you had associated with the gun?
Yes.
I'll show you State's Exhibit number 3. What is that?
The case in the gun was in when I purchased it.
Is that your gun case?
Yes.
Is that a true and accurate depiction of your gun case?
Yes.
Show you State's Exhibit number 4. What is State's Exhibit number 4?
And let me just clarify, did you have any objection to states 3, 4, or 5 since they're being described?
The gun case and the gun and the shell cases and all that, no, Judge. I don't have any objection to any of that.
All right, so states 3, 4, and 5 are admitted without objection.
And we'll go on describing what is State's Exhibit 4.
It's the receipt from the location I purchased the gun from.
I'm sorry,
And-
what is 4?
It's the receipt,
Where you purchased the gun.
yes.
And was there ammunition with the gun from a spare magazine?
Yes.
Show you
I
State's
had another
Exhibit
clip, yeah.
number 5. Is that the ammunition that was in your gun case, in the spare magazine?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'll tender, yeah, the courts admitted them, but for the formality, I'll tender states 3, 4, and 5.
All right.
I don't have any objection, Judge. 3, 4, or 5.
All right, thank you.
Publishing to the jury, what's been marked as states and admitted as states exhibit number 3. Is this this is your gun case, correct?
Correct.
There's a little, and you can see it on your screen, but there's a little yellow, black and yellow rubber band. Does that show the model of the gun that you had?
Yes, it does.
I'm going to publish what is states exhibit and admitted as states exhibit number 4, albeit sideways. This is the receipt where you purchased that weapon.
Correct.
Does it say on the receipt the model, the make and model of the firearm?
Yes.
What is that?
A SIG P365 9mm.
You might be able to turn it upright with the little clockwise thing at the top of your laptop. The little second thing at the top should rotate it. Keep going. There you go. What exhibit is this? States 4?
And you had an extra magazine with the weapon when you bought it?
I did.
And did you have ammunition in that magazine when it was located in your home?
Yes, I did.
Showing publishing what is states exhibit, or admitted as states exhibit number 5, is that the ammunition that was in your gun case?
Yes.
Can you read for the jury what brand that ammunition is?
Can you blow it up at all a little bit for her?
I can.
This should be the testimony from the gun expert, not from the mother.
Yeah, I was wondering why they had her do it, but I guess there was I had thought that there was maybe a reason, but I didn't.
This is what you call it, emotionally boosting evidence by having the mother testify. Well, it was her gun. This is the ammunition. So technically, yes, I understand, but I still believe that this should be evidence that I would have preferred that would have been brought forward by the actual gun expert.
Yeah.
9mm.
Let's listen. how she says it.
Acula 9mm.
She's reading from it, so yeah.
Thank you, Ms. Lang.
Now is Aguila. I'm just checking here. It seems to be quite a popular ammunition, by the way.
Well, and during the times of the illness of which we will not speak, ammunition was hard to find, so it could be that that's just the type of ammunition that many people had.
Yeah. Dun, dun, dun.
And welcome, Jenny B. And Dirk, welcome.
Yeah, hi. Dirk says it's cheap ammo. Okay, good to know. Then it's really common then. Yeah.
Hey, some of us are just frugal. It's not cheap, it's frugal.
Okay, frugal.
After
that didn't cover the 11 alive.
you discovered that the gun was, you turned all that over.
Maybe this can cover. Yeah.
You mentioned the vigil report.
Yes.
No.
How long after her death?
I just thought I would cover the 11 alive, but I didn't have any other overlay than this one to cover it with. Maybe this one. Yeah, that covers as well. My tractor that says not so respectful, but I don't know about the taking down stream's ability of 11 alive.
Three days later.
You said the defendant and his mother didn't attend?
Correct.
What was it again? What was the reason that he gave you?
He said he had a football game to attend.
Did you know him to play football?
I think maybe in high school, maybe.
As far as you knew, what were Tori's plans for the future?
Her plans for the future was she wanted to continue. She was already enrolled in electrical apprentice program, engineering.
Looking at the charges, he was not charged with breaking an entry or stealing a gun from that home. So apparently they are considering that Tori took the gun herself, which speaks more towards the self-ending theory, in my opinion. Now, Austin still made a big bunch of really strange decisions. But just the fact that she brought the gun says something, at least. Again, we are watching the first day of trial number 1, which ended in a mistrial. We are waiting for the retrial to begin. So I'm continuously updating the Law and Crime Court TV and 11 Alive channels on YouTube.
So she was taking online courses for engineering. Then once she got acclimated with that, she wanted to start taking courses online at a school. She wanted to enroll in college, take the engineering
Okay, sorry.
Major.
Dawn and
Did she
Prim.
have any immediate plans that you were aware of?
Oh, we are
She
almost
wanted to
3
work.
hours in, so I can actually say the word
Do you
something
know if she
now.
was actively looking for a job?
Yes.
Did she have any interviews lined up?
Yes. She had an interview lined up with Amazon on that Wednesday on the 28th of July,
Hey.
21.
Cindy Lohut, member for 2 months. Hi, just here supporting my peeps. Nice Viking members only emoji. Yay! Well, thank you for being a member for 2 months. Thank you so much. Yes, I see this because StreamYard had decided to, yes, we will let you store the member chats. Finally. I have to have the pop-out chat still, because they don't allow me to see gifted memberships. Hint, 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 hint.
At some point, the defendant told you that Tori told him that she was looking for someone to hurt. In the days leading up to her.
I have no idea. Georgia is scary. I get taken a gun if you're going to the park. Well, we'll see if there is testimony about it.
Going missing and becoming and being killed, did she relate to you any suicidal ideations?
No.
All the questions I have at this time. Thank you, Ms. Lynn.
Okay, cross-examination from the defense.
My name is Lawrence Lewis. You and I haven't spoken prior today, have we?
No.
Okay, good. If I ask you a question you don't understand, you let me know, and then I'll try to rephrase it so that you and I are on the same page, okay?
Okay.
The photo of your daughter, which was in and around the time she graduated high school, was that 2020 or 2021?
Both of the photos was taken at different times.
Okay.
So-
Were they taken about the time she would have been graduating high school?
One was taken before she graduated, one was taken after.
Okay. Was that, when you say COVID, I'm not quite sure if we're talking about 2020 or 2021. Do you recall if it was 2020 or 2021 that she was scheduled to graduate high school?
She graduated in 2020.
In 2020. So the incident that resulted in her death ended up occurring about 14 months after her graduation. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay, good. I just want to make sure we're not, I know COVID came in March of 2020 and Tori was found dead in 2021, but she had been graduated from high school. I understand it was COVID. She was actively looking for a job and was found dead in 2021. Do I have that right?
Correct.
Okay. You learned that she was missing, or at least filed a report on July 28th. Is that right?
Correct.
And that would have been July 28th. I just looked it up on the phone. July 28th of 2021. Do you recall that being a Wednesday?
It was a Wednesday.
All right, good. And then the next day, you learned that that her body had been found at the park. Is that right?
I learned, yes, on the 29th, I learned on a Thursday.
On the 29th. Prior to July 27, 2021, was Tori living with you?
Correct.
All
Yes,
right.
she was.
Did she ever live on her own in that 14 months after she graduated high school?
Not on her own, no.
Okay, good. All right. I did know. That's why I'm asking. Although she wasn't working, she was actively looking for work during COVID, where a lot of everything was shut down. Is that right?
Can you repeat that, please?
Although she was looking for work, she wasn't actually working during that, I'm gonna call it the peak of COVID, when a bunch of stuff was sort of shut down. She was actively looking for work when she graduated high school, but hadn't found a job prior to July 29, 2021. Is that right?
No, she was working.
Okay, where was she working?
She was doing Uber Eats and DoorDash.
Okay.
At that time, she had multiple jobs after COVID.
Okay, so when you say after COVID, I want to make sure we talk about the difference between after COVID and during COVID. After she graduated high school, you understood her to be doing jobs like delivery jobs like DoorDash and Uber Eats. Is that right?
No, she had other jobs before that.
Okay, well, just give me some idea of in between the time she graduated high school and the time of her death. What type of work did she do?
She worked at in the mall during COVID. Well, she stopped working during COVID at the mall, but she worked at Publix as one of the grocery, I don't know what they call the person, grocery shoppers or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And then she worked at, I think she worked at FedEx, UPS, I think it was. She worked there temporarily.
Okay. Okay.
And then she did the DoorDash, was the last thing I know how to do.
Okay. The Nissan Versa, that was her vehicles, right?
The vehicle was her grandmother's vehicle.
Okay, and her grandmother may have paid for it, or it may be registered under her name, and her grandmother could have given it to her. I just need to make sure I understand. Tanya Lang is Tori's grandmother.
Correct.
Okay. Was the grandmother loaning the car to Tori, or did he say, I'm buying my granddaughter a car? What was your understanding?
Tori bought the car.
Tori bought the car.
Her grandmother got it registered for her.
I got you. All right, good. If I understood your testimony, Austin Ford was Tori's best friend. Is that right?
Yes.
In July. How long had they been best friends?
I would say before like 5 or 6 years.
Okay, definitely all through high school.
Correct. Well, yes, correct.
Definitely all through high school, maybe 7th grade or 8th grade, but definitely all the way through high school. Is that right?
Correct.
Had they ever been boyfriend and girlfriend?
Yes.
Okay. How long had that gone on where Tori and Austin Ford were boyfriend and girlfriend in high school? Let's not deal with 7th.
Yeah. He has a bit of a condescending voice. At the same time, he has to be really, really careful.
He does, but she's also not giving straight answers. So, and I can see that she hates this guy's guts.
Yeah.
Totally get it.
Yeah.
So I can see he's trying to be very kind and very, like, I don't want to, but she's like, yeah, she had a lot of jobs. And he's like, okay, well, what are those? Well, jobs. Yeah. What? At the mall. As what?
Yeah.
And she's like, the mall.
Yeah.
So, I mean, she's being kind of obstreperous because she hates his ever-living guts, and I get it, but...
Yeah. And David likes the line of questioning. Yeah, but it's a very thin line. It depends really on the jury's reaction. So I would imagine after every question, he is looking at the jury. How was this received? If they are stone-faced, okay. Neither boo, neither ba. And continue with the line of questioning. So it's a very thin line. But as you said, she is very evasive. And this might be, as we talked a few hours ago, if it isn't the defendant who did it, that means her daughter ended herself, her only child, and she didn't notice the signs. And that's really rough.
And he might be setting up a reason that she ended herself if she was having a hard time finding a job, if she had graduated high school with all of these apprenticeships, and because of the unmentionable illness, everything got pushed back. And, at that age, all you see is your dreams dying instead of, okay, it's sarcastic, but there is a light at the end of the tunnel. Then, As a mom, you wouldn't want to have to deal with the fact that that's something you didn't see coming. I could see that a lot.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree.
8th grade in high school, what was your understanding of how long they had been boyfriend and girlfriend?
Not too long of a period. I would say less than a year.
Okay. And did it surprise you that they sort of remained friends and even best friends after they had sort of lost interest in each other in that way?
Did it surprise me?
Yeah.
No.
Okay. I'm assuming during the time that they were either boyfriend or girlfriend in high school, Austin Ford had a chance to come over to your house. Is that fair to say? Did he ever come to your house?
I think he's been there since, with us not being there though. He's been there before.
Okay, have you ever had a 4th of July barbecue or Thanksgiving at the house and he just sort of show up for a piece of pie or something like that since they were friends? Since he and Tori were friends?
He always met her down the street. He never really came to the house.
Okay, so
not while I was there. He was there though before because I know he was there because he registered on my Wi-Fi, so I registered on my Wi-Fi.
Okay, good. So he wasn't the type to just sort of pop up at Thanksgiving and knock on the door and walk in, or Christmas and walk in and say Merry Christmas. He wasn't that type of person.
He didn't pop up on the holidays, but he had popped up at our home several times.
Okay. Do you recall if he was at your home, inside your home at all, the year of 2021, the year Tori died? Was he at your home at all in the 3, 4, 6, 7 months prior to her death?
Yes, he was at the house.
Do you recall the last time he had been at the house?
It was around Father's Day. My husband and I were out of town on a trip. He was there.
Okay, and so if I sort of put that statement together with other statements, I'm left with the impression he normally didn't come to your house when you were there. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay, so he more came to the house, hang out with Tori when you and your husband weren't there. Is that right?
Well, they hung out outside, but not inside.
I got you. Okay. The gun at issue, the gun that appears on the receipt, had you ever fired that gun?
Yes.
Okay. Did you have any shell casings, what they called in the military brass, from firing the gun?
We went to a range to fire the gun. So.
Did you ever collect that brass such that you would have held it so that they could have compared the rounds near Tori to the brass from you firing the gun?
No.
Okay. When was the last time you saw the gun?
I want to say, we went on a road trip. I want to say around the 19th of July.
July 19th, 2021, is that right?
Correct.
Where do you typically keep the gun?
Sometimes I keep it beside my bed.
Okay, when you keep it beside your bed, do you keep it sort of with it in the case?
Yes.
Okay, is the case typically closed or open?
I'm sorry. Repeat, what case you talking about?
The gun case. Do you typically
The case
keep
that was
the
on
gun? I don't know. I saw a case. Do you typically keep the gun in a case?
I had a holster I used to keep it in.
Okay, the holster that you
The holster, yes.
and that was that near the bed?
Correct.
And so really my question is, like, when you go to bed, if it's near the bed, can you see that it's the gun, or can you see a case and think it's the gun? Does that make sense? I want to make sure you can see the gun as opposed to see a case and think the gun is there when it may or may not be there. If I understand your testimony, you saw the gun itself somewhere around July 19, 2021. Is that fair to say? In the holster?
Yes.
Okay. And
can I add to that, please?
Sure you can.
I didn't always keep it at my bed. I kept it like in my car sometimes,
Okay.
or in my traveling bag. We were on the road trips and stuff.
Okay.
So it was probably the last time I seen it in my bag.
Okay. So the gun had a case, but is it fair to say that the gun in the 30 days prior to Tori going missing, the gun was not kept in the case, it was kept in a holster. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And the holster is not any type of holster where you would see the holster and think that the gun is there, but the gun not be there. The holster was the type of holster where you could see the gun inside the holster. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Does that question make sense?
Yes.
Okay, good. So you can see the gun. So as we ask those questions, and again, if I ask you a question and then you understand a prior question to be different than the question that I asked, you're free to go back and change your answer. But as I understood your answer, July 19, 2021, you in fact saw the gun in a holster. Is that right?
Yes.
All right. That gun was purchased February 21st, 2020. Is that right?
What was that date, Mr. Lewis?
February 1st, 2020? I'm asking,
Yes.
I'm asking you crazy questions where I can just show you the receipt. Stacy did it number 4. You don't have to memorize any of this.
Okay.
The receipt from the gun shop indicates that the gun was purchased on February 1st of 2020. Is that right?
Yes, correct.
Good. Sig Sauer P365 9mm. That's what it was. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And I don't know you. I haven't spoken to you before. Is that the only gun you've ever purchased?
No.
Okay. Is that the only gun that you purchased in the last 3 years?
What's the time frame again?
The last 3 years. That gun right
Including
there.
this year? Or
From the time you realized Tori was missing. Was that the only gun you purchased in that 3 years between 2018 and 2021? July 2018 and July 2021?
yes.
Okay, good. So there's no possibility that you might be confusing in your receipts. That's definitely the gun that was in the holster in 2021.
Correct.
Is that right?
Correct.
Whether it was in your car, in your purse, or by your bedside, that's definitely the gun. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And the bullets, I don't know if it came with it or you purchased it, were I don't know if they call it Gila. I'm just going to spell it AGUILA 9mm. Those were all the rounds that are depicted here in Stacy Exhibit number 5. Is that right? Are all those rounds the same type of rounds? Do you know?
Yeah, it looks the same.
Okay, I always try to be fair. I'm not asking you really to read it. I'm more asking, when you purchased the rounds, did you purchase them all at the same place? That's really what I'm asking you. Do you recall if you purchased all the rounds at the same place?
Yes.
Okay, do you recall what type of rounds they were?
Not really.
That's fine. Somebody came in law enforcement and collected all those rounds. Is that fair to say? Did you give those bullets to somebody?
Yes.
Good. And so that somebody can blow it up and we can look at it later on. That's not a problem, ma'am. Did you know at about the time that Tori went missing, that Austin Ford was playing semi-pro football? Did you know that?
No.
Did you know where he was working at all?
No.
You indicated that you knew that he played football in high school. Did you know if he was working at all when he was in high school?
No.
You indicated that that Austin Ford and his mother, they attended the vigil, but they didn't attend the funeral. Is that right?
No.
Well, let me take a step back. Did Austin Ford and his mother ever attend the vigil for Tori?
No.
Okay, they didn't attend the vigil and they didn't attend the funeral. Is that right?
They attended the funeral.
Okay, they attended the funeral, but not the vigil. I got you.
Correct.
Okay. And the vigil was held where?
In Yellow River Park.
Yellow River Park, physically at the location where she was discovered. Is that right?
Correct.
Got you. Two more areas. I've got not very much more. Tori, at some point in high school, did she ever have suicidal ideations?
Well, I don't really call it that, but it was an incident.
What year of high school?
2016.
2016. So that would have been like her freshman year of high school?
Correct.
Okay, freshman year of high school. Was she hospitalized as a result of the incident?
She was taken to the hospital, yes.
Did they hold her for more than 24 hours?
They did.
Was she ever diagnosed with any sort of depression?
No.
Okay, did she have any other mental health diagnosis?
No.
Did it ever happen more than that one time in 2016?
No.
All right, the incident itself, did it involve any sort of self-harming?
No.
Okay. Prior to,
I didn't really believe that.
No, and I think he's going to have to he's not going to, I hope he doesn't impeach her, but I think they're going to have to get into a record that I think he's going to have to bring in a psych nurse. I don't know how you do that.
Only if the prosecution, because I know in the first trial they did not, the defense did not put up a case in chief. So
But
only if the prosecution.
I do not believe that. But
yeah, that pause and tone of voice and yeah.
Look, they don't put you on a 72-hour hold if you're doing fine as a cupcake, all right?
Yeah. So something was there that the mother does not want to disclose.
If y'all are Archer fans, you're not on the old Shirlene, regiment if you're doing all fine.
Yeah, Chris.
Yeah.
He already knows why she was hospitalized, or he wouldn't have had asked that. Yeah, he knew the answer that he know what she should have said. Now she probably said something else.
Well, and my guess is that she was diagnosed, and
with something, maybe not depression, but
maybe a personality disorder that isn't depression. So
more than 24 hours was she hospitalized for more than 24 hours? And she said yes. Now I don't know what about Georgia, but at least it's either overnight or 3 days over here in Sweden, at least.
Yeah, they don't keep you on a 72-hour hold unless
unless something actually serious.
Yeah.
Yeah, or at least suspicion of something serious.
Yeah, and this is not. I mean, if she needed a 72-hour hold, then let that child get that help that she needed.
Yeah.
But I just, the mom seems to want to, I don't know. Yeah, I know why the mom would rather it be a crime than a not crime, but.
Yeah. But still, even in that place, if you know something, please say it, because
yeah,
you don't have to ruin more lives.
Well, I wish that I hope that she's not going to play this out to where she's ending another kid's life, sending him to jail for jillions of years.
Yeah, because there are already enough circumstantial evidence and weirdness about where the gun was held. She does not need to keep stuff from, especially not if the attorney already knows the answer.
Yeah, that's the thing. And if the stippling is even something that is halfway decent that he could argue, then that sketchy answer, that pause, that little bit of that, coupled with the kind of evasiveness that she's been this entire time. Again, it's
Yeah.
the same thing with the Michael Turney thing. Had they just answered with,
Yeah.
it's been several years, I'm sorry, I got a lot of this information from Michael Turney. So, of course, I said that in this particular thing. He
But they
probably
kept
not.
saying he made me say this, and I don't. Yeah, in the Michael Turney case, and well, the judge definitely didn't buy it.
No. And
Mm,
they all acted like smugly little buttholes.
yeah, yeah, I agree. He's walking now is really because, and this is the reason I believe that the prosecution chose to bring evidence through her, because they know the extremely thin line he has to avoid to step over. Yeah, this will be. And while we are pausing, if you haven't pressed the thumbs up yet, please do. I would much appreciate it. We have a decent number going on here, and yeah, I would really, really appreciate you if you like the coverage and you think we are either hilarious. If you think we are disrespectful, then please say so. We
Yes.
probably won't do anything about it, but we might try to avoid the worst kind of things. I do have a law degree. I do evidence evaluations. I do negotiations. I handle big CEOs on a weekly basis as a union rep. So I do have some experience in this. And after doing it for more than 30 years, I have a slight bullshit detector built in. Now, I could be... My bullshit detector is not evidence in itself. If you think I'm BSing you, just tell me. Yeah.
And I have one embarrassed mother, and I have reproduced 6 times. So I pretty much know when someone's lying to me, because I have been lied to before by my children. But I do crimes, court, and current events and other shenanigans at my channel, Mo in the Deep. So if you want to go look over there, I have been away from the internet for 4 days, which in internet time is about an eon. So I've missed an epoch. I will have to go back and see if Napoleon won that war. I don't know how that happened.
Yeah.
Last I heard, he was doing fine and tall. So
yeah, especially tall.
that Rasputin guy, he's still doing good, right?
Yeah,
Those
he was taking
monarchs.
an involuntary swim last I heard. And
Good. Well, he's finally taken a bath. I mean,
yeah,
I could see why the entire, country of Russia decided to get together to do that.
yeah. He was a dirty boy.
Yeah, don't get the sex appeal of that. He's got some Manson lamps before they were even called Manson lamps.
Yeah, he
Those
was
eyes.
he was the OG. I don't know why, but apparently he must have
We
been
women
hung
are
like a
weird.
horse. Yeah.
Just saying, ladies, we can do better.
Yeah, you can. Yeah, you can. Yes, it was an involuntary ice swim, and but this is a trial. We are supposed to take this seriously.
Prior to Tori going missing, was there any other incident other than the 2016 incident where she was hospitalized for more than 12 hours?
No.
Okay. You indicated that Austin would call periodically after Tori's funeral. About how many times did you speak to Austin after Tori's funeral, but before the detective told you that she was preparing arrest warrants for Austin Ford? Just approximately. I don't need an exact number.
How many times I spoke to him after the funeral?
Yes, like less than 6, more than 6, more than 50.
Maybe 10 times or more.
All right. And during the 10 times that you spoke to Austin, he always left you with the impression he didn't know anything about anything in regards to Tori's death. Is that fair to say?
Correct.
All right. Did he ever, in your communicating with him, were you ever under the impression, listen, this guy's on drugs or high or something's wrong with him? I understand what you said, that what he's saying was weird, but were you ever left with the impression that how he was saying it, he may have been under the influence of drugs, medicine, or alcohol?
No.
All right. Thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you, Miss.
Any recross examination by the state?
Redirect it briefly.
I'm sorry, thank you, redirect.
Typically, when you went to the firing range to fire your gun, did you collect all of the spent shell casings that you fired?
No, I didn't have to.
Did you ever think that you would need to collect them to compare to the shell casings that killed your daughter?
No.
And did you ever give Austin Ford permission to have your gun?
No.
Did Austin Ford ever bring your gun to you or tell you where it was?
No.
That's all the questions I have.
Any recross?
Yes, very briefly, Judge. Austin Ford never told you that he possessed your gun. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Right. And nobody's ever told you that the gun that you had purchased in 2020 was the gun that was used against your daughter, have they? Has somebody told you definitively that was the gun?
No.
You've indicated that you did fire the gun. Approximately how many times after you purchased the gun do you think you fired the gun? You fired at the range typically, right?
Correct.
Okay, how many times do you think you went to the range to fire the gun?
I went to like 3 times.
Okay, and that wasn't the first gun you had ever owned. Is that fair to say?
Correct.
All right, thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you, Judge.
We redirect?
No, Your Honor.
All right, are we excusing this witness such that she can be excluded from the rule of sequestration?
No objection from the state.
I don't have any objection. Thank you, Judge.
All right, thank you, Ms. Lang. Watch your step coming down. You are permitted to remain in the courtroom for the entirety of the proceedings. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our mid-afternoon recess at this time. I remind you of your precautionary instructions during the recess. Let's be in recess until 3:05. 3:05.
Okay.
Leave your notepads and pens in your chair. That's fine.
Okay, so I'm still updating here to see if they are. I wonder if law and C word. Saying something on the tweets. Dun dun dun.
I don't know. Twitter or X, or are we supposed to call it? Can we still just call it Twitter? I don't know.
Yeah.
I figure I'm
I'm-
still cool as long as I don't call it the Twitters.
Yeah, I know, because the phrasing will be wrong. They say, "Oh, what are you doing?" I'm writing on my X, and that sounds weird. What are you doing? Well, I'm telling someone on my X needed to fork off. I mean, that's
Yeah, it does sound a little like I'm
yeah.
Xing people, and then it's like, you're doing what?
Okay, there's no news there. Maybe on their webpage. I'm Xing, yeah. Dun, dun, dun. Where? This website uses cookies. Okay, cookie declaration. Okay, where do I unmark them? I can't unmark them. And so I have the options of allow all cookies. That's all the options on Law and Crime. Yay.
Yeah, I know I learned in a class somewhere what cookies are, and I'm sure if I were paying attention in computer class, I would still know.
Mm.
Oh my goodness. Can school start now? Why do I have to wait till Thursday? Who starts school on a Thursday? Who does that?
Yeah. No, I can't find crap on Law and Crime. Neither on 11 and the live. No, I don't see anything about when it starts, but it says on the court docket that this trial would start today. But I've seen in the chat from Sal and people that opening statements is late today or tomorrow morning, and but when I checked the court docket, this judge had nothing else but this trial today. But maybe they still are doing jury questions. I don't know. But I have time because this is my first day of vacation, so I can stream and stream and stream. Don't tell Let's Go Brandon I have tomorrow off, and tomorrow off for 5 weeks. That could end bad. Please don't make me eat hot chilies every day. I can survive once a week, but every day, that's a whole different... oh, crap, I just told him.
You just told the internets. I'm afraid your secret is out.
Crap.
Dang it.
Yeah.
And I've probably got another 45 minutes. Then I've got 2 open houses tonight, and one has decided that they want something or other from somewhere that is so one wants a binder, and I said, well, do you want a trapper keeper? And they said, what's a trapper keeper? And I felt very old. I was
So
like, no,
what is it? What is it? I have no
idea. You were not cool if you didn't have the Lisa Frank, cardboard plastic covered trapper keeper with the Velcro thing. It's just a binder that had a flap with a Velcro thing that went over it, but marketed well, and it had, boy stuff on the boy stuff and Lisa Frank explosion of unicorn rainbowness on the other one.
Okay. Cindy and Brandon is here, and those are the ones that was here Friday.
Hey, Friday I am down to clown because it will be the end of the first week. The kids will be in school, and I am...
Yeah. I was asking the chat, please let me have one normal final Friday, and I can do a shot or chili next Friday. But I know that my chat rarely listens to me. Just check the chat what they are talking about.
I'll take the pain for Nick this week, this Friday. Can confirm. Am down to clown. Now, please remember, Mo is stepping up from boxed wine, so it'll be 2 shots, and Mo will be Steve Gosney but it'll be a fun 2 shots.
Dun dun dun, clong.
Yeah.
The sound effects on that.
And then my mother said, "You're an embarrassment."
Well, I will be drinking beer on Friday, and
actually, I found a Finnish drink I like. So at our Airbnb, it's called the Long Drink or something. It's got gin, juniper, like tonic water or clubs, the long day drink or something. I don't know. It's about 5.5% booze.
Oh, Arctic juniper.
Yeah, it was, and
Yeah, or
like
juniper. Yeah.
grapefruit. It was
Yeah,
awesome.
okay,
I'm
yeah.
buying all, like,
Mm,
I'm getting a bunch of those, sending
mm.
them.
It's cocktail in a can, Finnish long drink.
Finish long. That's what it was.
Jesus Christ. It's
Well,
this one.
I'm not a. Listen, y'all. It's again. I
That
had to
is an amazing price
spend
for
4
Jesus,
days. Count them. 4 with my mother.
$20.
6 of
What?
them in a car with her.
Jesus Christ, that
6
is.
hours
Yeah, okay, yeah.
in the passenger seat.
I mean, but what's actually in it? From the happiest country in the world. You could fool me because they don't sound very happy. I mean, the difference between, because Finnish is like I am so glad, and Norwegian is I am so glad. So you can never
So it's
tell a Finnish people from being
grapefruit,
glad
juniper
and
berry,
being
and gin.
okay. I might try to find it here in Sweden, but I sure as heck there won't be $20 each. Jesus Christ, they
Well,
must mean
no,
a 6-pack.
I think that, yeah, it wasn't a one. Look, we weren't staying at the most fancy schmancy Airbnb, so I don't think it was one can. I could be wrong.
Yeah, I see here. They have high noon and stuff like that.
Generally, I am in the boxed wine section, so I had no idea this existed. But now, thank you. Yes, Tweety, if you would like to help me get a trapper keeper or help the fat cats get a new cat tree because they are all fat.
Okay,
can we get through one more witness in 45 minutes or?
Okay, in Sweden, this one costs 25 Swedish krona, which is $2.50 each. So a 6-pack would be math. 10 for $15 for a 6-pack.
That's terrible. Well, I mean, I don't know.
Yeah. So, okay, I might try to get some for Friday.
Well, you know what? If you were dating a hot girl and it was your first date and she's like, oh, I drink these, and you wanted to get laid, maybe. I mean, I could see spending that much if I were a dude, and I would, but I'm cheap and I'd have to really like her.
In Sweden, there's a lot of girly drinks, but normally gin and tonic is a real what you call it, leg spreader, and
well, see, I've made my point. You would spend that much money on that drink. Listen to Mama Mo. Spend your money on gin. I'm an unintentional adult child prodigy.
Yeah, we are taking this very seriously. Now, in between shenanigans, there are actually a trial going on, and we are doing evaluations and stuff. But we have to make it tolerable, at least, because normally a good trial is really boring, and so far this is a good trial. Yeah. Oh, sorry. Okay, that's also a word for it. There's a a saying for each country. I accidentally removed. What were we check? Not that one. Not that one. Where was I? No.
I know.
Darn
I
it!
love it. I love
There.
it when we narrate what we're doing because, and I have so many tabs open, and you're like, okay, that tab, that tab. No, damn it, no, not that tab. Why do I
Yeah.
even have this tab?
Yeah, I have a few up that. Okay, that's my statistics. That's my
Oh, also a
Twixer.
friendly reminder
don't-
to chat if you are perhaps my level of skin tone and such, wear the hell out of some sunblock. Otherwise, you will be shedding skin flakes as you go from red to back to this general color
Yeah.
again after a sunburn. So wear sunblock.
Yeah, and
Get a paint roller.
and my face having some form of color is pure the lighting and something, because I am that pale in real life, and I have the same complexion as I go out. If I manage to get suntanned, then yeah, it's the same thing, but it's really strange with a beard, because when it gets flaky, it's nasty stuff, and yeah. Okay, everybody be silent. Brandon haven't heard anything.
Okay, everyone wait for Brandon to catch up. Where are you now? All the class will wait.
Yeah. And been updating every page, and still nothing ready yet. So let's continue with this.
All right, do we have everybody? Let's bring out Mr. Ford, please.
I've seen an update an hour ago. They are still in jury selection, and it should start late this afternoon or tomorrow morning. Okay. Well, we're 3 hours and 48 minutes to 2 hours of day one of the first trial. So we will be here for a bit more.
All right, let's get our jurors. All right, we are back on the record in 23B00981-3. Both attorneys for the state are present in court. Mr. Ford is present in court, seated next to his counsel, Mr. Lewis and Ms. Stimpson. And we will resume with the next state's witnesses as soon as the jury is assembled in the courtroom.
Oh, treaty, you ass. Are they hoovering the courtroom?
Yeah, I was wondering. I was like,
All right, state, call your next witness.
Oh. Well, I have blended whiskey, real whiskey, and
oh my gosh, is that the same?
Ms. Lang, when you come
Oh, I
around,
thought that
watch,
was the
there's a
medical
couple of-
examiner that was like, well, I have my own system from the Young Thug case that you were doing the Goldberg.
Oh,
Like,
God,
I
no.
just have my
Oh,
own
God,
system.
no.
It's peer reviewed by that people I train. Okay, so the people that do the same thing you do.
Yeah. And
I was like, is this this?
Oh. Please don't let it be her. Please don't let it be her.
Please let it be her. Oh my God.
Oh, it will be amazing. But here's the thing. If that is the same person, that is in the young thug Daubert hearing. She explained during the examination in the Daubert hearing, in the young thug, which is also in Georgia, that once she's done with her report, she only includes the note she thinks is relevant and throws away everything else. She does not have an SOP, standard operational procedure. She just does it.
I mean, it seems logical to me. Why would you have a standard operating procedure?
We need to do it when Nick is so... Oh, Jesus Christ. Well, either... Well, $50 gets you one shot at least. But I have blended, normal, tarmac. And Brandon, either you choose or I put up a poll. Not a poll as in the nationality, a poll. You vote. I put up a vote. Vote is a good word. Vote is a good word. He will PayPal me. Oh, God. You don't to permanently translate my name into Brandon and you... Okay. I don't have Maker's Mark. Sounds... I put up a poll. Vote. Ended. Normal. Tarmac. And we give that a few minutes. We give that a few minutes while medical examiner takes the stand.
Well, I don't know. That might be the grandma. Because it seems like they're going to go heavy on the emotion.
Oh, for freak's sake. It's been doing so good all day. Why do you start buffering? I have plenty of minutes ahead of buffering. Come on.
Because...
Tweety, tarmac is really, really peated whiskey. It's really peated. It is this one. Aran, I have it here as well. This puts Lagavulin to shame. Oh, do I have to? Yeah, I think. I take that. I go to Microsoft Edge. Pull it in. And I change. I stop screen. Present. Share screen. Window. There.
You guys get to see the chaos that is my room because, everything ends up in the back room when you're trying to clean and make sure that the rest of the house looks like you have your life together. Which you don't. But you can pretend for, those rooms where you pretend.
Yeah, Octomore is tarmac. This is not Octomore, but not far away from it. And at the stream, I open this in Edge instead, which means I can't mute myself, because if I mute myself, I mute this as well. and 26 votes, and Tarmac is in lead before blended. But let's check this out a bit first and see if... Oh, Jesus Christ. Yeah, that might be the grand.
I am Tori Lang's grandmother.
Yeah.
And guardian.
At any point, did Tori live with you?
Yes.
When did Tori live with you?
Jingles was here in the beginning of the stream.
Years in elementary, some years in middle school, well, about a year or so in middle school, and some years in her high school.
Okay. Yeah, it seems like Tarmac is winning. And Paul, because of... This is a good one. All right. I really, if it's not in, if you don't write your name out in, right, if you chose to PayPal me, right, you can say my name or don't say my name. That's it. Okay, and cheers. And thank you so much, Brandon. This will be an interesting last hour or two. Thank you, Brandon. Oh. Now I have to open a new tab with PayPal.
Ta-da.
So I have that open so I can hear. But let's continue with, now let's see here. Grandma, who was guardian of the deceased. Why was she guardian? Let's go back a bit.
Some years in elementary, some years in middle school, well, about a year or so in middle school, and some years in her high school. She was a magnet. You were automatically drawn to her. She was very high-spirited, very creative. She just was... It's really hard to describe a person like Tori because she had so many beautiful qualities about her. She was very generous, very generous. She was very compassionate. Even from a baby, we were Katrina survivors. And we were sitting on the steps and mother was crying. And she was only 2.5, well, she was about to be 3. And she rubbed mother's back and she just kept saying, "It's gonna be okay, Grandma." And everybody was shocked because, like, she's not even 3 yet. But at an early age, you could see she was a very compassionate child and very smart. Very smart. Tori was very intellectually inclined. Very. Tori was an AP student that tutored other AP students.
When is the last time that you saw Tori?
Last time I saw Tori was the Saturday No. The Monday before we lost her. Let's see, that Wednesday, yeah, it had to be that Monday before we lost her.
And in the day, well, did Tori have a car?
Yes.
What kind of car was
It was a Nissan.
it? Who owns the vehicle?
Well, the vehicle was in my name, but it actually was for Tori.
So it was titled in your name?
Yes.
Oh, sorry. This was interesting. Sorry, I will just show this. This has to do with jury selection continues today in the YSL RICO case. That is the young thug RICO trial. So apparently, I was under the impression.
So they're still doing jury
Yeah.
selection?
Yeah, but this is a long process because I know there is a motion of suppressing the laptop. That
Okay.
hearing is the motion to suppress is due August 10th. The prosecution has 2 weeks to respond, and then they have a hearing in somewhere in September about it. So I'm a bit surprised they are doing jury selection, but also remember the young thug trial is scheduled to last at least 6 months.
Yes.
Yeah.
Now,
And,
are the jurors going to be sequestered?
Yes.
No one's going to want to do it.
Mm,
I'm walking
yeah.
in there with a shirt that says, "Let me tell you about nullification."
Yeah, at least that is the last I've heard that they will be sequestered, and for that long, that is amazingly. What are you? They can only like stay-at-home moms and homeless people. I don't know. Oh
I'm not going down to Georgia.
no, but this the YSL RICO trial is also in Georgia. For you who don't know, Atlanta.
Yeah, and
Yeah, so at least it's continuously ongoing.
yeah.
Yeah. Just in 6 months. It can be longer, but they are down from 28 to 11 defendants. And 8 has turned against and will testify. But there are still 4 or 5 of the defendants who now, a year and a half later, still isn't represented and still haven't had their bail hearing because they have no representation.
Okay, but isn't that a something
Unconstitutional?
Yeah.
Unconstitutional? Yes, but nobody is.
Why do I a pre-late why do I, a pre-law, have to stand up for the rights of people? I feel like
Yeah, $50 small shot, $100. I don't remember.
I feel like I shouldn't have to be the voice of freedom.
Please, Jesus. Please leave something
Wicked,
to Zachariah Anderson as well.
Wicked, I have not yet. I just got back yesterday from my trip, and I left Thursday, and it was kind of out at the pond with not really good wipe. Okay, I'm going to be very honest. So my sister is about 21, and she and my daughters got me sucked into all the boys I loved before and the, K-pop drama or whatever it is with the after of it. So I am stuck in little teeny bopper drama. I got sucked in, and we spend all our time watching unrealistic K-pop drama.
Yeah. Thank you, Brandon. And I saw it, and I will have them with some what do you call it, about half an hour in between. And if the stream ends, I will take them tomorrow or just take a really large one. Thank you so much, Brandon. You know I appreciate it.
But
My
I will
liver
be
have
looking.
a different of opinion, but yes.
But in answer to that long story is to
Yeah.
say that I will be looking into the Karen Reed as I get back into it. The kids go back to school, the majority of them on Thursday, and then I will be starting in on a bunch of stuff. So I will be doing the Karen Reed, and I'm finishing up Wild Bill sentencing. And then I will be doing murder boards on this case for Nick. And I'll do a murder board I'm starting with Baker, the Black Widower tomorrow. So I'll do murder board for that. And just all the things. And we'll still be keeping up with the list. And, just stuff. Disappointing my mom. It's, I'm busy. Oh, and thank you, Monty G. If anyone has scripts they need me to read or, manuscripts, if you need me to read a book, if it's Mexi, I'm there. I need to disappoint my mother all the way, but not OnlyFans. I got 6 kids. I got to go to PTA.
Okay, that was an update on the Young Thug trial. I will try to do a video update, or we just cover it tomorrow before tomorrow's trial starts. I don't know. Yeah. Or later this week, because they will be doing the jury. Because last time they did the jury selection was in January, and that kind of went off the rails. So I'm not sure those who were sequestered then will still be that now.
I really hope that some of those papers that he made anyone write, if they are out and in public, we will read them on my channel. The importance of being a juror with the 10, sources and all that stuff in 10-point font or whatever he told those people to do.
Oh, let's see here. I'm reading here from Twitter. Jury selection continues today in the YSL RICO trial. Last week, Judge Glanville mentioned there could be some jurors held in contempt today.
Oh gosh, who got their phone out this time? Dear Lord.
Judge to potential juror, how much do you have in checking and savings? After a long pause, she says, over $1 million. Same juror knows Young Thug's attorney Brian Steele. Steele coached with the juror's husband, their daughter's softball teams. She says she admires Steele. Wrote in questionnaire she would be surprised if the state would want her on the jury. Ultimately, Judge Glanville dismissed this jury for hardship as she is about to accept a job that will have her traveling. And next is potential juror refuses to serve on the jury. I don't want to spend 6 to 9 months on this case or any case, he tells the prosecutor and the judge. I don't want to serve on this jury. My current plan is to not serve on this jury. That worked. Juror dismissed.
Does the person with 1 million in their checking and savings account would they like to donate for my for-profit charity, Mo's House? It just goes to Mo's House.
Yeah, and
it's the most honest charity ever. 100% of the dollar goes directly to me.
Yeah, and if they can choose to do it in 500 super chat installations, or I can send the PayPal to them for my building of studio fund from a trailer that I plan to purchase.
Goodness gracious. Well, hey, you've lived a good life. God bless them. Hey, Mr. Mo does all the financing. I just stay in budgets sometimes. And he deals with my shenanigans. Poor guy.
Yeah. And for you who don't know, let's see, stop screen, present, share screen. Dun, dun, dun. There. My Rumble account. Every penny I get into my Rumble, now I'm not streaming on Rumble today, will go to purchasing one of these to get built into a studio. Since next summer I will have tenants in the house. I will rent out downstairs so I can keep streaming in the middle of the night Swedish time without disturbing them. And I don't need any permits because this is on wheels. I only need to move it like 1 yard once every year to have it not as a permanent installation. So that is, and a shabby one costs maybe $2,000, a decent one around $5,000, and the newly produced costs around 20. But I'm getting something between 2 and 5, so I can remodel it into a studio. So that is what my Rumble money will go to. And on Rumble so far, I'm streaming there once in a while, but every Sunday I'm doing a Serial Killer Sunday, and that is Rumble. That looks like an unaliving then. This is the kind of... Well, I don't want unalived things in there. That would smell. Nobody feel obligated. And I've said this time and time again. I prefer if you give money to Zachariah Anderson's defense. And you all know this. I say it and I will repeat it until he's free. I prefer if you give it. Now, I appreciate everything that everybody does for my channel to get me subscribers and liking and watching and the occasional super chat and getting me wasted on a Monday, because the memberships keeps my channel afloat. My channel is roughly $350 a month to keep afloat. And everything above that is to improve the channel with new sound, lighting that isn't a light bulb, and stuff like that. And next purchase I am saving up to is an actual decent computer, but I will have that done before Christmas. Then I will give money to my nephew, and he will make an actual setup for me.
Oh yes, and this channel is neither legal advice nor life advice.
Well,
this is
alcohol and nicotine pouches. Kids, don't do it. It's dumb. But I've been doing this since I was a teenager. So I have, and currently I am drinking something called Falcon Extra Brew, and it is a decent lager. Thank you so much. Yeah, so that's my side beer at the moment. I have this one and one more, because I didn't expect this to be an alcohol stream. And yeah, I will stack up tomorrow, so there will be. Where were we? We were doing a trial, yeah. And where is it? No.
Oh, well, see, Swept, you can always take notes. I mean, I am forming my own semi-religion for tax purposes. And I'm going to pick a better place for us to move to than Guyana, okay?
Yes,
somewhere fun like Guam.
Brandon is Batman. He's the real superhero. And I know the amount he has given to Zachariah Anderson's defense is amazing. Thank you so much, Brandon. But yeah, we have a trial to watch. I'm just going to update to see.
The sad fact is that a lot of the factors that she's naming as good things, being highly intelligent, high achieving, self-motivated, forward thinking, a lot of those things in a young teen girl means that she's susceptible to eating disorders, bouts of anxiety, depression, a lot of very negative things. I mean, you want to talk about emotional assassins, go hang around some teen girls. You feel good about yourself for 5 minutes. Go hang around some teen girls. You'll be like, well.
That's the thing. Once my youngest sister got to be an adult, then my younger sister, no, my middle sister, her oldest daughter was approaching her teens. So for the past 35 years, I have had teenage girls in my life. And I'm not sure, so I have a very, very high alcohol tolerance. And I know way too much about women and time of month than I should, because let's just say once when we meet for dinner at mom and dad's house, the discussions is how do I say it, without filter. So I know way too much, and maybe that's why my balls said to me, "No, we are not getting any." And oh. Yeah, Granny understood the assignment. Dress up for court. Yeah, she really. That looks like a grandmother, and she's she's about the age of that medical examiner too. We spoke about earlier. Cat farts
Well,
and church shenanigans.
I really do know how to set the bar high. And that's the culprit right there. Yeah. That is Thor, the hair sniffer and fart machine.
Yeah, go over and subscribe to Mo in the Deep End. I think, Gigi just posted the link to her channel. I really I enjoy Church Lady way too much.
Oh, she's coming back. She is, she has had all the time. She has seen a couple of things and people that need to be, we just need a little talking to. She is just a little bit perturbed. She has had to put on her bra and get up and deal with people.
Yeah, there's something about women pretending to be very what you call it, women who may or may not have a chastity belt on, but for different reasons.
Well,
one part of the chastity belt is to avoid having people joining in, and one is to avoid the wear of the belt to, and
listen, church lady, Southern granny, she's not allowed in certain sports, certain Dick's Sporting Goods anymore. She's not allowed there anymore because she'd had the fellas check out the squat racks. Apparently touching is not allowed. But I mean,
yeah, and
it was a kind and gentle cease and desist, and she sent a thank you note back with glitter. So I mean,
yeah, And a couple of decades ago, I dated a Northern Ireland Catholic girl. And very, very timid, church-going and everything until the lights were turned off. Then she, yeah,
Isn't that the general joke about? I mean,
yeah.
stereotypes sometimes are there for, I mean, sometimes. Well, you know, sometimes we're all human or Thor, and I mean, you know, my boys would be very proud of you. I mean,
Yeah.
and my husband, you know, he's like, come smell this. And I'm like, you're gagging actively. You want me to come smell the fart that you produce from your body that is making you want to vomit.
Yeah, but it's a sense of pride. For instance, after Friday's shot or chili, next day was, let's just say my cat didn't want to be indoors and it was raining outside.
Jingles hated you more than usual.
Yeah, and that might be why he has been constantly attacking me since, because he believes I'm already dead.
He's like, this bastard's already dead. He's the undamned dead. Go get the garlic. He's going out to find a steak. He's getting silver. Trying to find a mirror. Okay, so that's why the boys do it, because you know, as a boy mom, like that's what I said on stream. I'm like, look, as a boy mom, I would have claimed it if it was mine. It was loud, it was proud. You know, had it been mine, I'd have claimed it, but no. Oh yeah. Sugar-free gummies, they'll get you. Sugar-free anything. Don't try it. Yeah, those are a bad idea.
Okay, but let's continue with.
Yes, let's listen to. So, did
35
Grandma
minutes to
say
go
that?
here. Yeah.
Did Grandma say that there were periods of time where she had custody of the daughter?
Yeah.
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 Now I'm sure that they aren't going to want to get into that with the grandma, but I would wonder if that would play a part in.
Yeah, but this defense attorney doesn't seem to be scared to ask questions, at least.
Yeah, he's doing it. I can understand why some people don't like his style, but he is doing it in a way that does seem very congenial and very almost like, I don't know the answer. Could you just give me the answer, please? You know, I just need this for my files. It's not so much. And had the mom not been so evasive, it wouldn't have seemed so.
Yeah, because if grandma is free-spoken, like grandmas sometimes are, that could be hole in the pants again. I have 3 holes in my pants. Otherwise, I couldn't get them on. Underwear, different story. They are the most comfortable just before I need to throw them away. My girlfriend has this. If it is the tiniest hole in my underwear, she looks at it and then she does this and then she throws it away. Time to buy new ones. So yeah, she's really good with that. And then I have to once she's done with my wardrobe to check for damaged stuff. Yeah, then I have to. Then she takes me shopping.
I don't get you guys. And look, the youngest, most feral has a pair of pants I have been trying to get rid of for 3 years. They are high waters on him. Every time I put them in the Goodwill bag, he finds them. I don't know how he does. I don't know if he just checks it periodically. But one day when he's at school, I'm taking them and we're getting rid of them. Because
It's actually because for me, if darn it has a hole in them, and then because I only realize it after they are washed, so I need to remember to throw these away, and then it's back in the drawer. So yeah, I do understand when she says I'm quite sorry. Yeah, so yeah, same with the t-shirts because most of my t-shirts, black or gray t-shirts, most of them. And when I'm out on the farm carrying stuff, I'm resting everything on my stomach and then I walk around with it. And that kind of tear holes in my t-shirts. And often she realizes that when we are out somewhere and I'm having a jacket and a t-shirt and my t-shirt has holes in them. And because I don't realize it. For me, it's just a t-shirt. So apparently she has an eye for holes. Jesus Christ.
Well, probably good she doesn't watch this show. I mean,
yeah, she has no interest in this whatsoever. She's an ER nurse. She says I see enough gore and stuff. I don't need it. And yeah.
yeah. Well, yeah. My mom's like, so again, what do you do? So you watch a trial, and then you talk about what's going on. I said yes, and I'm entertaining and I'm fun. I'd say funny things. So you're a class clown. I was like, yes.
In my defense, Brandon, my ancestors mostly went east and formed Russia. And so you have to blame Baker because it was the Danes who went over there. Now, I kind of is from the south of Sweden that may or may not have been Dane law at the time. But yeah. Yeah, I'm claiming... east. I'm indoors. What direction are you looking? Forward? But let's continue with this. I'm guessing that Mo had a visit from her feral. Her youngest.
What are States Exhibit 6 and 7?
Yes,
What are they?
these are the papers for the car.
Are States Exhibit 6 and 7 photocopies of the title to the Nissan Versa that Tori drove?
Oh, I missed that.
Are these true and accurate depictions of the title to that vehicle?
Yes.
Your Honor, stay with tender States Exhibit 6 and 7.
All right, 6 and 7 are admitted without objection.
And who is listed as the owner of the Nissan Versa that Tori drove?
I am.
What color was it?
Blue.
As far as you know, was Tori driving that vehicle in the days leading up to her death?
Yes.
Can you repeat it, Gigi?
You know the defendant?
Yeah,
I have to scroll up. Dawn
Yes.
Goodway.
Did you at any point give Austin Ford permission to drive the car that was titled
11?
No, I did
What?
Did at any point Austin Ford make an effort to return the vehicle to you after Tori was killed?
No.
Rephrase, Your Honor.
The objection is sustained. Please rephrase your question, please.
Did you receive any contact from the
Oh, crap.
regarding your car?
Thank you, Brandon.
After Tori was killed?
No. Sorry, that time.
That's all the questions I have, Ms. Lang. The other Mr. Lewis may have some questions.
Okay.
That's questions from the defense.
Good afternoon.
My name is Lawrence Lewis. I don't think we've ever spoken. Have we ever spoken before?
That was a
No, we
short.
have not.
Fantastic. If I ask you,
That was a short direct, just asking about the cars and the titles. But this will be interesting to see what he actually will do.
a question that you don't understand, it's probably me. Just let me know, and then I'll rephrase the question so that you and I are on the same page, okay?
Okay.
Fantastic. All right, let me start here. Are you Tori's maternal grandmother or paternal grandmother?
Paternal.
Paternal grandmother.
Gigi's question is, does the defense attorney have to be careful questioning both the mom and grandma so you don't create bias towards the client?
Yes, he has to be really, really careful. But this one
Yeah.
seems a bit feisty, and it's not.
Yeah.
This is the paternal grandmother, not the maternal grandmother. So she really doesn't have any obligations towards the mother of the victim. So
No.
yeah.
So I wonder if she'll kind of say something about the mother's life situation influencing something.
Mm. Yeah. Now, I can't put myself in her position, but if I was the grandmother and I know about the granddaughter's perhaps mental health issues, and remember that her granddaughter, 2016, away for 3 days, and then maybe nothing else. So yeah, this will be interesting.
Well, that and the mom seemed to look as a responsible.
I've done 2 normal and 1 abnormal, so I'm 3 shots in.
So as a person that owns a weapon in a house full of children, for her to be kind of blasé about where she has her weapon at, cute. Well, hey, you know what? Send me an electric fireplace and I'll talk to Mr. Mo about you becoming a brother husband. But you have to be able to take out the trash twice a month and do some chores. So put it in your application and send pictures. And W-2s.
Yeah.
Also, the children factory is out of business.
John,
unless
how
you're
much do you have
Elon
in your
Musk.
401k? And are you willing to write it over?
Yeah, that's the one thing that I'm sorry, but if you as having I have a lot of children. We have our weapon in a safe place, locked up.
Mm.
You know, where she's like, well, I think I had it in like a holster somewhere, maybe. I don't know.
Mm.
To me, that seemed very
evasive at best or irresponsible at worst.
I mean, and I don't begrudge people open carrying. I mean, if she had a holster, if she, you know, it seemed very odd.
Yeah, because Sweden is a whole other story. You need a permit, written test, shooting test. You need to be an active member of a shooting club. No convictions, mental health test. There's really a lot going into owning. And once you own, it has to be stored with the gun and the pin separately and the magazine separately. You can have it in the same vault, but it has to be separately. So there's no way for you to actually use it as a defense. And that might be a bit overkill.
Like, well, you know, if you were getting burgled, I could see you being able to do that all in a timely fashion.
Yeah, but here's the thing. There has been a few court cases where if you have a baseball bat next to the door, it seems like, well, you are preparing to attacking, so that might not be counted as self-defense. But I have a farm, so having farm tools like a scythe next to the door, no issue. And let's just remind everybody, I'm a junior rep. I have a farm. I have farm tools. I have roughly 50 acres of land. Let's just stop that right there. Yeah. John Donson, be nice. I have no problems with Mo being able to knock you down from your low horse, but yeah, be nice.
Yeah. I have many skills and I've dealt with many wieners. I have 6 children.
Yeah, she knows how to handle herself among wieners.
Don't make me have to be mean to you. I don't like being mean. I've spent many hours with my mother alone in a car this week.
Yeah, and
don't make me bring out Granny. I don't want to put on the wig.
Unrelated, Mo, can I send you a cigar cutter that is formed as a guillotine?
Oh my gosh! Don't make me text Mr. Mo, and he's gonna have to go to school open house, and I'll start drinking. Because oh my gosh, we will have. Listen, y'all. I appreciate you find me attractive, but that's a whole level of creepy that we don't want it. I mean, there's like, look, Grandma Stella Rose can get away with having the boys at the Dick's Sporting Goods do a couple of squat rack tests, but then she gets told to leave because she's Grandma Stella Rose. But then she gets told to leave. So that's the thing. So don't make me have to text Mr. Mo and tell him that I'm going to have to start drinking.
Yeah. But
look, I already have one dead husband, and they don't start looking till 3. And I'm sure random potential brother husbands. I mean, I would get an unlimited number of them. I'm pretty sure.
But here's Grandma on the paternal Grandma. I hope she's fine.
Oh, I hope it's paternal Grandma because she's gonna have some shit to say about Mom.
It is paternal. She just said it. And
oh, hells yes.
Let's go back a bit.
Why are you in PJ? Get what? Just out.
If I ask you a question that you don't understand, it's probably me. Just let me know, and then I'll rephrase the question so that you and I are on the same page, okay?
Okay.
Fantastic. All right, let me start here. Are you Tori's maternal grandmother or paternal grandmother?
Paternal.
Paternal grandmother. So you're Tori's father's mother.
Yes.
Okay, got it. Tori graduated from high school in 2020, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Where did she attend high school?
Stevenson High School.
Stevenson. In DeKalb, right?
Yes.
During the time when Tori was in high school, where did you live?
In Latonia on Phillips Place, where I am right now.
Pretty close to Stevenson High School, is that right?
Yes.
All right. And where did Tori's mother live?
Maybe 10 minutes away from me.
Okay, good. And so you and Tori's mother and Stevenson are all relatively close in the same area, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. All of those are the precursor questions because I thought I heard you say that Tori lived with you for a period of time when she was in high school. Do you recall saying that?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Did Tori sort of go back and forth between your house and her mom's house, or did she just sort of come with you for a fixed 2 or 3 months and then she went back to live at her mom's house?
No. Sometimes it was like I say, years. Later on, like when she got older in high school, she may stay with me for a year, stay with them for a year, then stay with me for a year.
Okay,
I mean, we was like, we weren't like next door neighbors, but we lived close enough to where she could do that.
I got you. So let me take a step back. For the 4 years of high school, freshman, sophomore, junior, senior, did she live more with you or with her mother?
4 years, I would have to say her mother and father.
Okay, good. And when she came to stay with you, was it because she wanted to spend time with you, or she needed a break from her own parents, or you needed her to care for you? When she came to stay with you, whether it was for a month or 6 months,
Hey,
what prompted her coming to stay?
Valhalla is here. Hey! No, John, you won't be a mod. Okay, please, everybody who is watching, don't be an asshole. That's all I ask of you. Don't be an asshole. I don't want to remove anybody. I avoid putting people in timeout. Just not be an asshole. That's it. If you are, I have no issues, because the one thing that gets you immediately yeeted is you trying to post scam links.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, I'm just rotating laundry because I have a glamorous life of having 8 people in a house. So
yeah,
have fun, chat. Godspeed. I'm just doing laundry.
Hi, Valhalla.
Yeah, I'm getting closer to the point where. What?
They have been disrespectful to you a bit, and I'm just saying that.
Yeah,
mind your manners, people.
If they have nothing better to do than be assholes on the internet, well, then is their local Walmart like not busy?
Yeah, something like that. I've heard that, and also something about sounds, and because in my ear the sound from the court is really high. So if you have issues with the sound, just tell me, and I will increase it. Yeah. John, really, if you want to send me dick pics, you really need to be really impressive, because I'm looking down to a forearm on a daily basis.
Yeah, I've well,
I'm
that
6'4" and I'm proportional.
That is that's
and with that, I'm trying to catch up with Brandon's shots.
I'm gonna text Mr. Mo, and I'm gonna tell him that I have obviously picked the wrong day to stay sober, so he's taking care of this school stuff since he doesn't have to. Since this is obviously a bonding time he should spend with his son.
Yeah.
Yeah, but first I have to finish loading the laundry
is a bonding day.
Yeah. Yeah. First I have to finish loading the dishwasher, so I'll be right back. Let's get back to Granny.
I'm getting there. That was 5 or 6. I don't do lawyer math. Hello, someone else needs to keep count. But 3 or 4 more, and I won't care. But let's keep listening to Grandma here.
With you.
Well, she did take care of me. I give her that. I think the main reason she came around because she and we had a bond. we had a bond, and we were like best buddies, I guess you might call it.
Okay.
You know, I mean, a grandmother is just another mother that you could get away with most stuff. You know, that's just, yeah.
Oh, oh, she's a feisty one. Oh, that was not intentional. Neither the jury or the spectators are supposed to laugh at that. Let's go back a bit. I like this woman. Oh, I like this woman.
Around because she and I, we had a bond. We had a bond, and we were like best buddies, I guess you might call it.
Okay.
You know, I mean, a grandmother is just another mother that you could get away with most stuff. You know,
Oh, that's wonderful.
yeah.
Oh, I like her. I like her. No matter what she testifies to, I like her.
Did Tori live with you at any point in time after high school?
Yes.
How?
Oh.
As I understand it correctly, she graduated in 2020, and then she went missing approximately 14 months after she graduated. Am I right in that assessment?
Yeah, that's approximately right.
Okay.
Yeah.
During that 14 months, in between the time she graduated and she went missing, about how many of that did she spend? It's a lot of different questions, but it's the same question.
It's okay.
Did she live with you most of that time, or did she live with her mother most of that time?
I would say half and half.
Half and half.
Yeah.
That is really interesting. She lived with her paternal grandmother equal time as with her mother.
Yeah, that is
after she
interesting.
graduated. That is really interesting.
I'm not sure. It seems like the mom was into some things.
No, John Donson is not a mod. Oh, wait, Saul. Hey, Saul. Hey, good to see you. I am assuming, let's see here. Let's see here. Saul, Brandon is getting me drunk or pissed, as we say over here, and just if you see in the chat that the link for Zachariah Anderson's defense fund is coming up, please make a small donation to that one, because
Or buy a t-shirt. They are really
or buy
comfy.
a t-shirt. Yeah. Tweety, I trust your judgment. Just saying. Because I only move in when it is time to permanently get rid of. So I trust your judgment. Yeah. And that is why most of my mods are just timeout mods. Because this is socialist union rep me. I like giving people second, third, fourth chances. But once you're out, you will never be back in. You're permanently out. And that's my principle for decades. That goes in my YouTube channel, on my Rumble channel, and as a union rep. Once you're out, you're out. So be nice to me. Just saying, be nice. Well, I do. We have plenty of mods on just now. Okay, you can, yeah, let's go over here. Hold on a second. Someone was rude to a treaty and you get a foot in the arse.
Interesting. This is my first internet thingamabob.
Okay, we don't have to worry about Little Crisp.
Well,
Okay,
I feel
everybody be nice. Yeah. John, be nice. Jesus Christ. Now you're just a...
Don't make me turn this chat around and no one will get Frosties.
Yeah. You don't have
We'll
to
all
be
go
a
home.
pissant all the time. Just be nice. Now you're just what you call it, a wanker, a 3-finger
Yeah.
wanker. I mean, nothing to worry about. But please, chat. Just be nice. It's not that hard. Yeah, if you don't know what a 3-finger wanker is, well, you only need, if you're
Doing all the
finger wanker,
Googling.
yeah, do all the Googling.
So, honey,
Yeah.
what were you doing today? Well, I'm looking up all these European cursing things. No, I do love bellend. I keep
Oh,
calling
that's
people
a good
that
one.
because it sounds like a classy way to call people a dick. And I do like to be classy.
Yeah. Bellend is a good word. Yes, Ben there. Drunk Nick is a happy Nick. Yeah. Yeah. But I mean,
Well,
I've been doing my line of work for over
if you
30
want one,
years.
I'm never going to give you one.
I've been ruining the lives of active sociopaths posing as CEOs, and I enjoy it. Just don't. Bad idea. Just saying. But let's keep going with paternal grandma here.
Yes, because I love her soft shading mom. That's awesome.
When she lived with you?
Oh, God, she had so many jobs. She worked for DTLR, Downtown Locker Room. She worked for Zaxby's. She had another job. I can't remember what it was though. But anyway, she did. She was always working.
And it sounds like she might have been working more than one job at a time. Is that fair?
Sometimes when she finished, after she graduated, she did. She was a go-getter.
Okay. During the time that she lived with you, would Austin Ford come around and hang out with her at your home?
Not in my home. I recall them being outside in the car, but I don't ever recall him being in my home.
Right. So Austin wasn't the type of person that would come up and sort of ring your doorbell because he knows you got sweet potato pie there for Thanksgiving and he's going to invite himself in for a pizza.
Oh, no, it wasn't like that. I mean, if I had stuff like that, he'd probably tell your grandma, get a piece of pie from your grandma or something, but he never came in.
Okay, but that pie would come out as opposed to him coming in.
Absolutely.
I got you. As you describe her, Tori seemed to be, in your estimation, a very empathetic person. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And as you describe her, she also appears to be a very sensitive person. Is that fair to say? Thank you very much, Ms. Lang.
Any redirect?
There you go.
And is Ms. Lang excused so that she can remain in the courtroom if she wishes?
Yes, I don't have any objection to that, Judge.
All right.
Okay, I'm a bit disappointed. I was hoping for a bit more.
Yeah, but I could see how you're not going to get much more than her just being kind of feisty and, maybe bad-mouthing mom, which would be like hysterical from a me perspective, but
Yeah,
not.
but maybe that was a bit to the closing argument. I know we won't get there, but just to have her understand, I'm paternal grandma. We had 50-50. That undermines the mother quite a bit.
Well, that, and I mean, it adds to a collection of evidence that if they do put on a case, it's another piece of a puzzle that if you get an expert psychologist, they're going to tell you that empathetic, sensitive, high achieving, highly intelligent teen girls are the most likely to have, depressive episodes, suicidal ideation, these kind of things at this time. I mean, if they hammer those things home and you have all of these pieces from all of these different witnesses, especially the grandma who seems like she kind of just tells it like it is, and even the mom who doesn't seem to tell it like it is.
Yeah.
I mean, it still doesn't make.
Yeah. At this point in trial, I'm almost amazed it was a hung jury.
Yeah. I mean, unless the medical examiner really took umbrage to the state's attorney saying, no, you misunderstood what you had decided, and you really meant.
Yeah, the TV series Deadlocked Me is amazing, and I'm so mad still to this day it was cancelled after 1.5 season. And yes, Mandy Patinkin is an amazing actor.
I will have
if you
to
don't
see
know,
it.
Mandy Patinkin is in The Princess Bride. He is the one who says, my name is Montoya, killed my father.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
yes.
And he has had several roles since then, but his performance in Deadlocked Me, this is a series, TV series that went on from, I think, 2006 to 2007, in a series called Deadlocked Me, where it's about you're selected as a Grim Reaper, and your job is to take souls before their violent end.
Well,
and yeah, it's an amazing series. It's one of my personal best of all times.
It's better than working with insurance companies, which would be my hell on earth. I mean, honestly, but
yeah. And let's update Court TV. No. Law and Crime. No. Law and Crime Network is doing the Black Widow, so that makes Baker happy, I think, and nothing on 11 Alive. And I'm watching Katy Russo on Twitter, who is an employee of Law and Crime, and she has no updates. But let's continue here. Let's see here. We are 30 minutes. That only took the last 20 minutes took an hour.
we are going on schedule for us. We are lightning speed for us.
Yeah, because my approach to trial coverage is I pause when we talk and we discuss, and then we continue. So then we might not have this lunch break or dinner break or afternoon break, because we're always behind. Because I believe that you should not talk during someone's testimony.
Yes.
And I think many people appreciate that. But let's keep.
Thank you, Ms. Lang. Watch your step coming down.
Grandma is off the stage.
Okay, time. All right, call your next witness, please.
Deputy Santa Maria.
True. Very true.
Okay. I have no idea which shot I am at.
I have not been counting. I don't do math.
I believe this is 6 or 7.
Your step coming around for me.
Cheers.
If you will get seated comfortably in the chair and pull yourself directly in front of the microphone for me, please.
Raise your right hand, please. You swear or affirm the testimony you give in this matter now pending before the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, self you got.
I do.
Please introduce yourself to the jury.
My name is Jonathan Santa Maria.
How are you employed?
I'm employed currently with the Columbia County Sheriff's Office as a deputy.
And are you a post-certified law enforcement officer?
I am.
Okay.
In August of 2021, how were you employed?
I was employed with the DeKalb County Police Department.
What were your basic duties with the DeKalb County Police Department?
And
No, I think we are
anything
6 in.
911, emergency calls, anything in that exact matter, assisting the public, traffic violations.
So I have
Everything in that
5
same
left from Brandon's.
So, uniform, gun belt, badge of office?
Yes, sir.
And did you drive a marked car?
I did.
On August 1st of 2021, was there something called to your attention in Nature Preserve in DeKalb County?
Yes.
What was the Nature Preserve?
It was the Hidden Acres National Park located at 1032 Stevenson Road.
And that's in fact in DeKalb County.
Correct. It's near the Lithonia area.
And what was it that was called to your attention there on August 1st, 2021?
I was dispatched to what is referred to as an abandoned vehicle call, with the complainant being a park ranger with DeKalb County on scene calling in reference to it.
Show you what's marked as State Exhibit number 8, which I previously showed counsel.
Oh, yes, there's no question, Judge.
Thank
What
you.
is State's Exhibit number 8?
That would be the exact car that I went out on at the national park.
Is that a true and accurate depiction of the abandoned car you responded to August 1st, 2021?
Correct.
Your Honor, I tender State's Exhibit 8.
All right. The defense has indicated they have no objection, so it's admitted without objection.
Thank you, Your Honor. Deputy Secretary, is this the condition that the abandoned vehicle that you were dispatched to August 1st of 2021 was in?
It was.
Were you able to determine anything about this vehicle?
The only thing that I was given information was that the family was in search of the victim's vehicle, which was a light blue Nissan Versa. I couldn't find any identifying VIN numbers or license plate to do a record check on to get.
The trial hasn't started yet. They are apparently still on jury selection, and they, according to Kathy Russon, who is an employee of Law and Seaward, they haven't come back yet from jury selection. So opening statements will be really late today or tomorrow morning. So meanwhile, we are watching the first day of the first trial that ended in a mistrial. So that is what we are doing.
Any sort of match of it, but I did search around the vehicle and I did find a Nissan emblem, and I did my own search on my computer to look up what the exact shape of a Nissan Versa was, and I couldn't 100% confirm, but it did look and appear to be what a Nissan Versa was.
And
No, I would never hurt Hugo. Hugo is now in the living room because when I showed him on my last drunken stream just getting him in the door to my office bent a few of his branches. So now he is permanently in the living room where he can get light more or less 24/7 if I choose to. And Hugo so far has somewhere around 10 fruits that are what you call it, being actual fruits, but he's a giant plant. He's like 5 feet across and 4 feet high, so he really can't fit into the door anymore. And in my members only section, I have shown you a video of him, how big he actually is. So yeah, he will stay out there. He won't be joining us here anytime soon. But once the fruit starts to ripe, I will show it. Is there a number of mistries that is a limit and they must stop prosecuting? Oh, I don't know. I don't think there is a number of mystery. It's up to the judge. If the judge says, hey, you've been doing this for 11 times now, I'm calling it. But this is the retrial. This is still the first trial that ended in a complete down the middle retrial with 6 votes each. So this is only the second trial. If this trial still ends up in 6 versus 6, the defense can motion to the judge that this isn't going anywhere. But now it is up to the judge how many times a retrial is proper.
Correct.
Any cross-examination?
That was a fast one.
But what is it now? Is it deputy officer? What is it?
Right now, it is Deputy Santa Maria.
Deputy Santa Maria. So that's what I'm going to work on. Good afternoon. You and I haven't spoken before, so if I ask you a question, you don't understand the question, you just let me know, and then I'll try to rephrase it, okay?
Okay.
I'm glad the prosecutor left this photo up there for me. When you responded to the call, did you respond to a car burning or a car burnt?
I responded to an abandoned vehicle call.
Okay, good. And of course, when you arrived there, this car appeared to be burned and abandoned. Is that fair to say?
Correct.
You're not an arson expert, but anybody can see that it was burned. Is that fair to say?
Correct.
You would also say, as I look around it, the vehicle appears to have been burnt at that spot, as opposed to burned someplace else and then brought to that spot. Is that fair to say, based on what you saw surrounding the vehicle?
From what I saw.
Good. So it appears that the vehicle was set ablaze at that
Chili is self-pollinating, so it's both male and female. So it can get both male and female fruits.
I did not know
that. Chilies is closely related to tomatoes, and both the origin of chilies and tomatoes are potato. Yeah. So yeah, I will explain it better when I am a bit more sober, maybe. Check in on me tomorrow or something when Brandon decides to let me be sober an entire stream. Huh.
That may never happen.
No, because somebody told him I'm on vacation for the next 5 weeks.
Oh, crap.
Yeah,
Well,
that's about, yeah. But thank you, Brandon, for allowing me to develop my
Nick Sliver,
channel
we
with,
barely knew
yeah.
you.
And Sweden has universal healthcare. And as long as I can properly say, I'm not an alcoholic, give me a new liver, I can get a new liver.
Yeah, but yearly they might see a correlation when it's always after the 5-week vacation.
How is my Solomon is talking about my car's AC. The parts are ordered. They will be here from Friday to Tuesday. Then I need to get into my cousin's shop to exchange and everything. And so in about 2 weeks, I will be trying to get up to the family cottage or up to my cousin to say hello to them and their 2 pit bulls. They
Awesome.
saved they saved 2 pit bulls. But if Andrew Branca is here, their entire yard is fenced in. So these pitties won't. They are not going anywhere. They are fenced in. But they are considering that they are saved from whatever their previous conditions were. They are doing good. And I've met Freya on a number of times, and she is the sweetest. The new one I've met, and he's a bit defensive because he hasn't learned yet, because I was only there for over the day, so he hasn't learned my smell or my mannerisms. But Freya will teach him. So my AC will be okay. Yes, it's a Saab AC, and the difficulties with Saab is that the mother company for Saab went bankrupt 10 years ago, but there are still good parts to find. Have I thought about your pepper idea? Now we're into stuff. Remind me, Solomon. Yeah. Let's continue listening to this.
Sounds good.
Correct.
Was there any, did you check to see if there was any reports of anyone claiming to see anything burning?
No.
That would still be warm or wet.
Burned at the location where you were called to investigate abandoned vehicle. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And where you located this vehicle is about a half a mile away from Stevenson High School. Is that fair to say?
Give or take.
Give or take what?
Then, the overall body shape appears to be the body shape of a Nissan Versa. Is that right?
Yes.
Does it have any body shape of any other type of vehicle?
Could.
Okay. It's a Nissan Versa for a moment. Were you able to pull any VIN whatsoever off of it?
No.
Okay, so there's no VIN, no license, no identifying marks to say.
No! Be nice. My audience wants to see you.
He says, I hate you smell like pepper or fart. I can't remember. We were trying to decide if he already thinks you're dead.
Come on, jingles. Be nice. My audience wants to see you. Come on. Don't kill
He's
me
like,
just
hey.
yet. Yeah, he really looks relaxed now.
He looks resigned. I mean,
Kitty, look at my ginger pussy. Come on, Ginger. Come on, Jingles.
oh no,
Hello.
Jingles is gonna murder you in your sleep.
Look into the camera. Yeah, he really looks
You have no one to
calm and...
blame but
Oh,
yourself.
Jesus. Oh.
And ma'am, what were you doing when your co-host was getting hurt? I was laughing too hard to render aid.
Yeah, but yeah, so he made an appearance about 4 hours ago, 4.5 hours ago, and now, yeah, you saw him again. Yeah, no, that's Sal's job. His kitties are famous for showing that end.
The cat hole
Yeah.
must appear unless Thor is asleep because he's exhausted from sleeping elsewhere.
Yeah.
It's exhausting being him. Really is.
Yeah, and Jingles, let's just remind them, Jingles is a working cat. He's a farm cat. He catches rodents and everything around the farm. And yeah. And sometimes he likes, no, he doesn't, he tolerates me for about 90 seconds. That's the top limit from where pet goes in, pet goes into meow. And yeah.
Thor is a
And now
sleeping cat, and he sleeps for a living.
Yeah.
Followed by being loudly awake at 3 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah. Jingles catches mice, rats, and sometimes baby rabbits, and yeah, and he brings them in as trophies.
They do that, but they...
And about, I think yesterday we started actually collecting the rye and the grass for the season. So there are a lot of mice and stuff out there. So it's rarely indoors. Because even if it's windy and rainy, there's food.
True.
Yeah. So that's they lost count. What's going on? Yeah. I have no idea where I am of Brandon's count. I'm just going on. Where were we? There somewhere.
That this Nissan Versa in the photo is the Nissan Versa associated with this certificate of title. There's no identifying marks that match them up. Is that fair to say?
I'm catching up, but I have no idea where I am.
Redirect.
What was the disposition of this vehicle after you found it?
While I was on scene, I made contact with the Gwinnett County Police Department. I made contact with the Sergeant Johnson, who him and a few other officers arrived on scene. Based on their depiction, they ended up towing it away to their yard for further investigation on their part.
And as far as looking for a VIN, did you, I guess would you say, did you conduct a complete and total search for a VIN, or did you just look at a couple places where you thought a VIN might be?
I looked in a couple places where a VIN would be located on the exterior of the vehicle. I did not go interior.
Thank you, Deputy. That's all I have.
Recross.
Very briefly, the person that appears in the picture, is that Gwinnett County?
From what I could tell, I believe that is correct. That is not a DeKalb County police officer. That would be a Gwinnett County police officer.
Just based on the uniform.
Correct.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Jeff.
Redirect.
No, you're on.
All right. And then Deputy Santa Maria, you are excused from any further appearance.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. You can step down. Just take your personal items. Be careful. The stairs. All right, please call your next witness.
Investigator Sherwood.
Oh, I don't know where I am in count.
I
All right, sir, please watch your step.
No, we
have
won't
no
start
idea.
over.
You will be.
We are not starting over, but so Twee is saying you've done 5, so that's 6.
No, I've done more than 5. No, I've done more than 6.
Then I
I
have
think
no
I'm
idea.
3 or 4 shots behind.
Investigator Jason Stribling,
I have, yeah.
Investigator Sherwood, how are you employed?
Gwinnett County Arson.
And are you a post-certified police officer?
I am.
What are your basic duties with Gwinnett County Arson?
Okay, Baldy here is going to testify.
You know, he doesn't give me
Everybody's
great
saying 6
confidence.
shots so far. Everybody's
everyone
saying 6
bald?
shots. What?
Is everyone bald in this county?
Yeah. That's the modern cop stuff. 6 shots. Jesus Christ. Yeah, Jesus Christ.
It's investigate any suspicious fires or fires that the fire department cannot determine the cause and origin of.
And is there any specific education or training that you have performed this week?
Yes, other than being a peace officer as well as certified firefighter, we're required to take 2 8-hour courses at the Georgia Public Safety Training Center on arson investigation. Furthermore, different private organizations, International Association of Arson Investigators. We are both FIT, which is Fire Investigation Technician Certification. And then after roughly 4 years, you can test out for your Certified Fire Investigator, which is what I've recently done last year.
And did you have any participation in the investigation of a vehicle that was located at the Gwinnett County Police Department that had been found burned?
Yes, sir.
Was this in August of 2021?
Around that time, yes, sir.
Tell me a little bit about what you found and what you did.
I was requested to come out and look at this vehicle. It had already been moved from, I believe, DeKalb County over to the Gwinnett County PD lot. They were wanting some direction on how to potentially take samples from the vehicle to try to determine how the fire originated.
Whom did you assist in taking samples to determine how the fire originated?
The crime scene technicians on scene.
In your knowledge, training, experience, what can be determined by taking those samples and testing them?
Depending on the type of fire and what type of samples you're taking, you can determine if an accelerant is, in fact, or was used in the vehicle from the samples that you're taking.
Is an accelerant required for a fire to burn or burn hot?
Not at all.
Through 14. What are state's exhibits 9 through 14?
These are pictures of the vehicle as it was sitting in the crime scene tech lot.
Are those photos of both the interior and exterior?
Yes, sir.
Are they true and accurate depictions of the vehicle that you observed on August 1st, 2000?
Hi, Captain Heffen. I've seen your chat has been answers to other people's questions, so I'm not sure. You have fun on your own. I don't need to interrupt.
Well, yeah, and your chat seemed to be kind of dealing with something really personal that I didn't want to bring up to the rest of the stream unless you kind of, it didn't seem like something you wanted to talk to the greater chat.
No,
So,
I'm fine with the trial so far. Bald
that
is
was
the new
just
skinny. Yeah, okay. And she's gone.
no, I was just getting my super fun.
Yeah.
They're deluxe chocolate. They're never like super fun deluxe chocolate. They're always like kind of crappy chocolate.
Mm.
I wonder if we can sue for false advertising. I'm just saying.
Okay, that like me. Sorry. Um,
He's slightly drunk. Have fun. You're gonna have to cut him some slack.
yeah. Yeah. I'm not sure. In my mind, I'm 3 shots behind. Because I'd really, really like to be caught up before the end of this stream.
2021 or thereabout.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, state would tender States Exhibits 9 through 14.
All right, states 9 through 14 are all admitted without objection.
Now, I'm first going to show you what has already been admitted as States Exhibit 8. Did you go out on a scene in DeKalb County related to the finding of the vehicle?
No. Remind me tomorrow.
Training experience in observing this photo, is there anything you can tell about this vehicle and its location?
It was burned in the location site. It obviously wasn't dumped there. Does appear to be potentially a interior fire due to some of the oxidation patterns on the vehicle.
So when you say an interior fire, what does that mean to the average person?
Inside of the passenger
Nicholas, do you have the enhancer for the court to make the court louder or the extension?
Yeah.
Okay. Awesome.
Would be in the interior of a motor vehicle?
Just about anything, plastics, any type of clothing materials, the carpeting of the vehicles, the foam in the seats, whatever else anybody would keep in a vehicle or would put in a vehicle.
And as long as there is oxygen and fuel for the fire, what will the fire do?
As long as you have fuel, oxygen, and a heat source, you have a fire that will continue to burn.
And will it burn until it runs out of fuel?
Yes, sir.
Show you I'm showing what's been admitted to State's Exhibit number 9. Describe to the jury what we're looking at.
Small SUV that was in the Gwinnett County PD crime scene lot or bay, excuse that.
Were you able to, or did you attempt to identify this vehicle, where it came from, or what it was, or anything of that nature?
That was not the scope of my assistance to Gwinnett County PD. They requested me to just assist trying to take samples from this vehicle.
Did you in fact do that?
Yes, sir.
And this is State's Exhibit number 10. Is this just another angle of the same vehicle?
Yes, sir. Driver's side front.
I'm going to move on. Maybe. To what's been admitted as State's Exhibit number 11. What is State's Exhibit 11?
That's an interior shot of the vehicle.
They really torched it. I mean, commitment to torching.
What?
I said commitment to arson. I mean, they really torched it.
Yeah. They did a good job of that. Here's the thing. He claimed he just left the car. He knew nothing about the torching. And it's up to the prosecution to say, he torched it. Okay. What's your evidence? Nick started the game from second base, but that's assuming this show hasn't been so entertaining people wanted to go to the bottom. Hey! This one is drunk.
Well, there you go.
Yeah.
We have achieved
And even-
something.
And even this one is empty.
See,
So
and when
now
you
I
say
have to
goals
go
can't
with
be
my
achieved,
Irish blended.
see,
That's what I have until yeah.
hopefully the liquor store isn't far away from you if you have to drive without air conditioning.
My closest liquor store is about 40 minutes away.
Sounds
And I need to
awful.
be really sober to get there.
Well, I would hope so. Or have.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is, I mean, I know you don't need a motive, but I mean, I know they dated a little bit, but
Yeah. Currently, I'm not seeing a lot of motive for him to just upend from his current status. Just okay, let's just kill her.
yeah, and I have seen signs of her again. I mean, mainly every single teen girl has factors that could leave her to a depressive state. So
Don't blame
know.
me, it's my ancestors.
Yeah, but then we wouldn't have How to Train Your Dragon. So really.
Metric minutes or imperial minutes. Yeah, sure. Let's just listen to the final ones.
Sounds
It's a complete burnout of the vehicle, obviously. The majority of, again, the plastics, any type of cloth inside the vehicle have been consumed by fire. Again, you see some heavy oxidation to the doors, kind of indicating that the fire would have occurred on the inside of the passenger compartment.
And does this appear to be the front passenger of the fast
It
passenger?
appears to be the pointing at the driver's seat if you look against that doorway.
And so all of the plastics, fabrics,
I give that a
cushioning,
3. The
Jason
duration
burned
was
away.
short. The execution, pedestrian.
once this fire ran out of things to consume, would it have basically just gone out?
It would have snuffed itself out as long as fuel, oxygen, or the heat source is taken from it. Fire doesn't exist anymore.
Does this type of fire, this type of complete burn, leave anything behind?
It can distort evidence. It depends on what you're looking for. Organic material typically will burn away. Metals, things of that nature, will obviously still be there depending on the type of metal.
If I cover my other eye,
Oh,
That's
I think this is
okay.
frick.
I covered. I don't know. But now I have a hard time reaching the clicker.
Are you familiar with things being burned in fires?
Oh, yes, sir.
I know it sounds absurd. What about firearms?
Yes, sir.
What about firearms that are composites of metal and polymer?
Yes, sir. You would still have items. The barrel, the slide, typically on those firearms are steel in nature, so they would still be left behind. Some of the springs on the guide rod, things of that nature, would still be there.
Oh, Corn Pope is here. Hi, Corn Pope.
That was not the scope of my search, but I do not believe they did while we were out there.
Thank you, Investigator Strickland. That's all I have.
Yes, sir.
All right, examination by the defense, please.
fair to say, Investigator Scribbling, no human remains were found in there. Is that fair?
No, sir. Again, not to my knowledge.
All right. And I only have a few questions. You're with Gwinnett County Arson, is that right?
Yes, sir.
How long have you been with Gwinnett County Arson?
A little over 6 years.
It appears from your experience that the fire on the vehicle started internally. Is that fair to say?
Yes, sir.
As I look at the photos, and of course the photos might fool me, but they're not going to fool you because you're the expert. Did the tires end up burning off the car too, the outside?
Yes, sir.
All of the rubber on the tires just burnt up.
Depending on how hot the fire gets, you're going to have a complete consumption. As a matter of fact, newer vehicles like the new F-150 will be just a pile of aluminum and then what's left of the engine.
It's going to be burnt all the way down to the frame.
Yes, sir. Could be.
Okay, and that leads me to two other interesting questions. One, unlike the movies, a car can burn down to the frame without ever exploding.
No, of course.
Okay, good. So the jury understands that. And did you see the photos of where the car was originally recovered?
Just today when they put them up.
Okay, and here we go. State's Exhibit number 8. When you look at State's Exhibit number 8, and I didn't understand it, I didn't understand how a car could burn so hot to burn all the way down to the frame, but not catch any of the underbrush or the trees or anything. You see?
It in fact did in some of that area. You can see where it did start a brush fire. Not knowing what the weather conditions were at the time out there, wildfires, and depending on the foliage in the area, everybody burns leaves and things of that nature during the summertime, and they will stop if it is wet enough. That material can stop.
Fantastic. So the car could have burned hot enough to burn up completely, but not necessarily catch the trees near the car fire. Is that right? Okay, I got it. That sort of depends on how much rain you've gotten and other weather conditions.
All the environmental conditions, yes, sir.
I got you. You were asked to take some samples, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and when you took those samples, is it fair to say that you couldn't tell if an accelerant was used or not?
I do not know what the outcome was. We have the equipment to take samples for fire scenes, whereas the crime scene techs did not for GCPD. Okay. So we provided the equipment, helped them take the samples, and told them the vendor that we utilize for our testing. What they did with it beyond that, I'm unaware.
All right. So you came out as an expert in terms of these are the samples that you need to take.
Yes, sir.
But you're not here to testify as to what those samples may have revealed.
I have no clue what they revealed, no, sir.
I got you. As you looked at the inside of the vehicle, could you tell if it was an electrical fire or not?
No, sir. Again, I did not do a complete fire investigation on this vehicle. I was there completely in support of GCPD for their samples.
Have you investigated a car fire where there's been an electrical fire inside the car? Does that electrical fire burn hot enough to burn up the entire inside contents of the vehicle?
Depending on how the fire originates and how it continues on.
Thank you very much. No further questions, Judge.
Redirect.
No, Your Honor.
All right, is Investigator Stribling excused from any further appearance?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Objection, Judge.
All right, sir, you can step down. You are excused from any further appearance. All right, call your next witness.
Your Honor, that is all the next witnesses that are available this afternoon.
All right, members of the jury, it appears we're going to conclude a little bit earlier than our normal schedule for today. In just a moment, I will excuse you with a reminder of all of your precautionary instructions. Set aside the case. When you walk out of the courthouse today, go about your normal routine. Family members or close friends may say, "What did you do today?" or "Where have you been?" It is perfectly okay for you to say that you have been selected to serve on a criminal jury. But beyond that, you are not to discuss anything further about the case or to do any research or inquiries regarding anything associated with the case. We will resume tomorrow at 9 a.m. So I'll ask you to arrive at 8:45. 8:45 jury assembly where you started out on Monday morning. Leave your notepads and pens in your chair. Take all of your personal belongings and have a good evening. We will see you in the morning.
Let's just see if they have anything else to say before they take a break. They have about 7 minutes. So I'm hoping.
The bailiffs look so bored right now.
What? Sorry.
I said the bailiffs look so bored right now.
Yeah. What is the judge's name? I am past the point of not caring.
Awesome lady judge. She's an
awesome lady judge. Yeah, so far.
Yeah.
Issues that the court needs to address since we are finishing up a little bit early today so we don't disrupt the schedule tomorrow?
None from the state, Your Honor. I was expecting over the weekend to hear from the other Mr. Loomis about any redactions he wanted out of the defendant's custodial interview, but I have not. I'll also mention that he did, during his opening, mention that his client was in custody in DeKalb County on
Clayton County
on an unrelated weapons charge. There is discussion about that before and after the reading of Miranda, and I'm happy to redact that, not play that portion if Mr. Lewis so desires. Unless, I do believe he's opened the door, but that said, it need not be played.
Well, I encourage you all to discuss that and reach an agreement on any redactions to the extent that you can.
Deborah.
Assistance from the court, at least.
Flucker.
Yeah. Don't remove the L.
That poor woman and or her husband. She should have hyphenated. Ma'am, you should have hyphenated. That was, I mean, God
it's either a
her.
fluke or a fucker.
Let's go with fluker. That, of course. Oh God, why, ma'am? Just why? You seem like a lovely woman. You could have changed your last name.
Yeah. No, I've put you all over
to business. I mean, that didn't seem to work well for her, but you know.
Yeah, I think I have one or two owing to Baker, to Brandon.
That guy.
Yeah. So I will just send you over to Broken Baker and his coverage of another trial because
Okay. That's good. You push the stop button before you say anything that will yeet your channel.
Yeah, good idea.
Go to sleep. Get some bread, some of that really seedy bread.
Yeah.
Or
let's just play the outro and send you all over to Broken Baker and like everything he has and watch everything he has done. Okay?